007 donates $50. There is no comment, but thank you so much for your donation. Donation? Donation? I already can't talk. We're doing our best over here. And I just got word that our next run is ready. So without any further ado, let's take a look at Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, any percent for the PC with MechanalystTom. Take it away.
Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome all to Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the most recent mainline entry of the Yakuza / Like a Dragon series. I'm very excited to showcase this run for you today, and I am joined on commentary by...
Hi there, my name's TJ. I'm one of the other people that run this very long game, and I'm very happy to be here with Tom.
Yeah, I think at this point it's TJ and I that are the main routers and runners. We've put a lot of work into this, borrowing and stealing each other's ideas back and forth. I'm very proud with how much we've improved this. And then a quick special shout out to our host Nicole, who is my partner, and I love her. And she couldn't join us in person.
I love you too.
She couldn't join us in person today like we initially planned, but a thanks to the tech team and production for allowing Nicole to remote host for me. I'm very happy for that. And yeah, without further ado, Nicole, what is our winner for the audio language?
Oh my gosh, Japanese just jumped ahead by $5, and that is our winner.
Alrighty, that's the one I know the most. And the other language is also excellent. If we picked English, we would have lost a whole 5 seconds to the speedrun. But we saved that 5 seconds back. And without further ado, let us begin. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So we start off about a year-ish past the events of the previous mainline entry, Yakuza Like a Dragon. Ichiban Kasuga here is now a fully employed worker at Hello Work, and he's doing his best to help the Yakuza members from the disbanded Yakuza groups from the previous game get back on their feet and have a regular old job. And this game actually has movement tech, if TJ wants to explain that.
Yeah, first of all, I'd really like to say I'm so sorry that I found this. For better or for worse, snaking is faster in this game. At least until we get a better movement method later on. But anytime that we're on foot, we will be snaking back and forth again and again. Whenever you turn a sharp corner with Ichiban, or later on the other protagonist of the story, they gain a pretty decent speed boost. So generally, instead of running in a straight line, you go and run just slightly left and right to try and make your character hunch down as far as possible, because the further hunched over they are, the bigger the speed boost they get. And it works out to be something like 10-15% faster than just running in a straight line. So while not humongous, it is a very nice time save where possible.
And for a run this long, yes, it does end up adding up to quite a few seconds, maybe even a minute over the course of the run. It's substantial.
Absolutely, especially when there are sections of the game where we are locked to being on foot and we will not have access to any other faster movement.
Oh,
so
Ichi's great on the stairs.
Nice.
So yeah, it matters especially a lot in this early game where we don't have another movement option yet. So anytime where we're doing these long sprinting segments back and forth is nice and helpful. Yeah, we had a brief fight tutorial, and we'll be having plenty of those in this first chapter. Now we're being tutorialized on the personality traits, very similar to games like Persona. And there are going to be 2 personality traits that we care about over the course of this speed run. We're going to be caring about intellect, which we're going to have to get to level 5, and we're going to be caring about style, which we're going to get to level 4. So whenever we have options in the cutscenes or during sub-stories or anything, we will make sure to pick up those when we have the option, or just pick whatever the first option is if we don't care. But now we're on to the second fight tutorial, where we get to learn that, unlike the previous entry, we can move around in the middle of the fight. It really helps with lining stuff up for damage. And also, all allies can pick up weapons off the street and use them in combat. And it is very nice. It's a very good start, because that main enemy, the one that still has HP left and is stunned, can't get defeated until the end of this second text box. And they were already stunned a turn, so they already got 1 turn skip. That was a really, really nice tutorial fight. And hoo boy, now we're to that most action-heavy portion of the speedrun. It's time for Shogi. Oh, TJ, would you like to explain why the heck we're doing Shogi?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it might actually take the entirety of the shogi section. So feel free to focus on this, Tom, and I will take care of the rest.
You got it.
So, first of all, we love shogi. And by that, I mean, like, we're going to be here at least a good 5 minutes or so. So strap in, and I really hope that you enjoy shogi too. The reason we're doing this is shogi is a very good way to go and grab intellect points towards our personality stats. As Tom was saying earlier, we need to get intellect level 5, and although that doesn't mean a whole lot on its own, all you really need to take away from that is it's a lot of intellect that we need. So anything that we can do really easily and in a good amount of time to go and get a lot of intellect, we are going to absolutely go and do that. So all that being said, why is shogi so good? You'll notice in the top right there, we're getting +2 intellect for every shogi completed. +2 is not much. That's kind of not, it doesn't matter that much there. However, we get bonuses for playing 1 game of shogi, 5 games of shogi, and 10 games of shogi. And then on top of that, we get bonuses for winning 1 game of shogi, 5 games of shogi, and 10 games of shogi. All that said, we don't even need to play regular shogi against an opponent. We can get all of those bonuses by playing puzzle shogi. So by having all of the answers mapped out already, we can go and complete puzzle shogi extremely quickly, blaze through all 10 puzzles, and then we'll take advantage of a little exploit at the end here, but I'll explain that when we get there. Yeah. Another big... sorry, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just that it's really fast to use mouse for the big movements in shogi rather than doing it on controller. But man, the mouse sensitivity is wild, and having not practiced on this exact mouse, it's a little sloppy. Grab the piece. But yeah, it's very finicky with how sensitive the mouse can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough enough to get it properly on a mouse you're familiar with. So doing it on a mouse that you're not familiar with, I can only imagine is its own humongous endeavor. So now the other thing that I should be mentioning here, in the top right there, you'll see after every puzzle shogi, we get points, shogi points. We can redeem those later as well. And the redemption options that we have are really, really good. The main one being the Desperado's Revolver, which is a 5-star weapon for a class that we don't even unlock. And so if you're wondering why on earth it's good, you'll see. We don't end up using it physically at least, but we do like it quite a bit. There are other options in there as well that we like, but I can leave that for now. So if you take a look to the screen here and see what Tom does right here, he pause exited out of shogi there instead of just pressing A to clear that end screen. And you might wonder, why would you do that, right? That's an extra dialog box that you have to click through. And the reason for that is that when you complete a puzzle shogi puzzle, it gives you the intended amount of rewards, right? You get like 4,000 points, for example, for puzzle shogi 10. However, if you go and complete it again after you accept those 4,000 points, it'll only give you the 150 or whatever you would get normally from your takebacks remaining. By pausing and exiting instead of accepting your rewards there, you still actually get given the shogi points, but you don't technically clear the puzzle. And because of that, we can continue to farm Puzzle Shogi 10 for the giant amount of points that it gives us. This takes roughly 12 to 13 seconds per Puzzle Shogi, or at least it's 12 to 13 seconds normally for load times removed. I'm not actually sure how much it is RTA, but it amounts to being a very fast way to go and get the extra points that we need to redeem for everything from the Shogi point exchange. All that being said, unfortunately, every time we quit out, we don't actually gain the 2 intellect points from clearing the shogi puzzle. But again, it's only 2 points, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, in the end, it doesn't those extra 2 every time doesn't particularly matter. But we got to make sure at the very end for the final one that we do accept the final one, because we do need that last flag set so it counts us and gives us the extra 30 intellect for having completed all 10 puzzle shogi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not too many left. Got about, I think,
4
left.
Sounds good. So we're looking for, I think, 55,100 points, something like that from Puzzle Shogi here. Once we have that, we can finish with shogi.
2 more.
I guess I might as well talk about some of the other options that we redeem for. In the shop here, you can actually redeem your puzzle or your shogi points for Professor Mutant consumable items. They're comic books or something. And each of those books, you can only buy a maximum of 3, but they give plus 50 intellect points each. It's such a huge boon. We definitely want those.
Yeah, and we are done with our shogi, so let's turn in our points and get on with the main portion of the run. Click buy everything there, and then we are back on track. Gosh, this PC is so much faster than my actual PC. I'm just like, oh, I actually have to scroll through my notes quickly. Not as much time as I'm used to. So we make our way over onto here. Ichiban's a big fan of baseball. Dope. I don't need more baseballs. I need to sell those revolvers. Because now with those revolvers sold, we have 685,000 yen just like 10-ish minutes into the run, which is an exceptional amount. And this amount of money will basically fuel the entire first 7 chapters of this speedrun. Now we're having a little get-together with Ichi and Nanba and Adachi. Ichi has asked Sayako out on a date, and he wants advice from his bros. So we're going to pick a bunch of personality options, again, focusing on style and intellect when we have the option. And Ichi's going to go with the organic look for his date. And conveniently, this puts us right next to a shop. That's going to get us some insoles so we can increase our agility. Agility is probably the most important stat of this game. There are actually a surprising amount of shoes that don't give agility in this game, unlike the previous one. So every time we have a little chance to get some extra agility, it really helps maintain the turn orders that we're looking for and outspeed enemies so that they don't get a chance to move. And while we are Ichi's getting ready on his date, Nicole, if there's anything you want to read off, you have probably about a minute.
There super is. I have a $10 donation from ASmith1313. They say, let's get those summons. And as an update, we actually did just meet the Watch Summon Essence cutscene. So yay,
Oh, that was so
yippee.
fast.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. We also have a $300 donation from an anonymous donor. They say Baka Mitai, which brings us to $13.98 out of 2,000. Only $602 to go. Thank you so much for that donation. Really excited to see that one.
Before I was getting into the run, basically, it was just like, what are the two things that I'm really scared of for this run? One thing is the final boss, who likes to ruin all of our best laid plans. And the other was singing Baka Mitai.
I've got bad news for you.
Yeah, that fight actually went perfectly. We aimed, because in this game, we can just, even with our basic attacks, knock enemies back into each other and kind of do like a chain attack kind of damage. And that actually worked out perfectly, where we knocked the two guys back, and then while they were still on the ground, we were able to grab the nearby barrel and hit them both and finish them both off before they could even get a turn. That's basically as optimal as that fight can get. But now, alas, Ichi and Sayako's date didn't go so hot. We have jumped forward a year later. Sayako hasn't talked to Ichi in that entire year. And now we also found out that Ichi got fired. It's, dang it, we were starting off so high. One of these days, there'll be a JRPG where everyone's happy and everyone just stays happy for the entire time. But alas, oh, yeah.
Sorry. No.
Alas, we have to get our call to action. Oh, Ichi's got to make his way back home. He's back to a freelancer job class. We have the ability to scrounge up some money off the ground outside vending machines and garbage areas, but yeah, we're actually not going to use that at all in this speedrun. We used to do it very briefly in the early speedruns to get just a little bit of extra cash, but we actually don't need that. And now we get our first like kind of mini boss fight, and now we're going to be doing lots of these chain attacks, and then you're going to see a main portion of what we do for this entire speedrun. Is that 3? Nice. That's a good start.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then these perfect guards. Oh, he's nowhere near his ally. But these perfect guards, I'm doing them on final hits. And also, Asakura here likes baseball. Baseballs, at this point in the run, do about the equivalent of like 4 Tenacious Fists. They are an insane damage boost for the early game. But yeah, the perfect guards help reduce damage, as well as have a little bit of hit stun. So we actually don't want to do them as much as possible, but they will prevent Ichi from getting knocked back. So in the event of like that fight, if Ichi gets knocked back, that means the enemies have to move farther for them to hit Ichi. So we actually want Ichi to stand his ground so the enemies don't have to run as far to hit him. And we stored our baseballs for later because the baseballs and other thrown items are very, very powerful. The way the game limits our use, or limits them, is by having only so many in our inventory. So we are going to store 4 of those baseballs for later because conveniently, this portion of the story takes us right past that pawn shop again. So we're going to restock our baseballs. Excuse me, sir. I'll have 5 of your finest. Thank you.
Later on, we'll get access to more thrown items, and those will also be very useful. But for now, even though we can only access the single target baseball, we definitely want to keep them on hand. It's just so good for busting down boss enemies, for example.
Yeah, as we saw even with that little mini boss. I was like 4 special attacks equals 1 baseball. So now Ichi's got the gang back together. And he's hallucinating again, as Ichi does. The entire reason why the enemies look the way they do is because Ichi imagines the fights he does as Dragon Quest fights. So the enemies transform into all these different forms. And Adachi's gonna hit him with this sign. And hit him while he's down, Ichi. Good fight. And now we gotta boost our damage real quick. Because these early weapons are pretty weak. We only have 5 baseballs at a time to work with, so we do still need our base damage to be as high as it can be for these fights so we can end them in hopefully even just like 1 turn if everything lines up for us. Get a brief introduction to party chats. Over the course of the run, we will be increasing our bond with all of our party members to certain levels so that we can unlock certain things. Right now, we're not really unlocking any, but we're going to need a lot of bond points later. And just before we get potentially, I don't know, Metroided or get all of our stuff taken away from us, let's just store that money for later.
Oh, now why would that happen?
That would never happen. We're just being frugal investors. Oh, line up, please. I could have almost gotten a 3-fer in that one if I picked the right target.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't do an opportunity attack. That was, I mean, it worked, but not exactly the animation he was supposed to do.
No, that was very strange.
If you've never seen the Dragon Engine shenanigans before, we'll probably see plenty of silly stuff as we progress. But yeah, as the story goes, things are progressing, and we've gotten word that the Seiryu clan, the local Yakuza group from the previous game, has kind of rebanded under a whole new banner. And that's really strange. They were supposed to have disbanded. So we wanted to go have a chat. Their doors were locked, and they didn't want to talk to us, so we spoke with the chief, and he let us know that there's a back entrance through the sewers here. And this fight is honestly one of the harder fights of this sewer sequence because these guys just have way too much money, or way too much HP. But luckily, this battle bomb we can take down with just a couple things from Ichi and Nanba, and this stray hand dog loves baseball.
Sure is good that so many of the enemies will be fighting love baseball.
Mm-hmm. Very important. Huge baseball fans here in the Yakuza franchise. Are hoping, yeah, Ichi's going to go first right away because Ichi's standing right on top of this barrel, and we're going to go say hi to all these. Ah, 1 whiff. That's okay. And we got a second one. Yeah, turn order is going to be everything. Ideally, those enemies were grouped and Ichi would have finished that in the first hit. But now we actually want Ichi going first here so that this enemy on the right doesn't escape. But it looks like actually Nanba went first because he wants to be a little bit of a brat and get his turn first. Nanba. But hopefully that right enemy doesn't move too far away so I can hit him with this barrel into the wall to get extra knockback damage. And that fire should finish him off. Perfect.
Nice.
And now Adachi actually moved pretty close to this weapon on the side, so he should be able to finish with a weapon attack. Perfect. And before we progress, use those Professor Mutants, and Nanba is the one who wants to go first now. Because Nanba has a much easier time of getting the AoE onto the enemies. Ichi is very reliant on the chain knockback, but Nanba just has a larger area of effect. So it's a lot easier for us to have Nanba go first and try and get them to line up. That probably counts as 2. Yeah, unfortunately, in this game, it doesn't like completely lock in the damage when you hit go, like it did in the previous game. So enemies can fall out of the line of damage when in between us confirming and us moving forward. This guy has too much HP, and also big fan of baseball.
Huge fan.
And this last guy only takes 1. Get a little cash buried in that tent. Heal up, and now we're really going to see why we want Nanba first. Nanba going first in these fights coming up is so much faster than Ichi.
Yeah.
And, oh, he moved a bit.
Yeah,
Not
darn.
great. This one's always a bit of a pain. It depends on where the enemies move, if they're going to allow it.
Yeah, and that'll be a recurring theme throughout the entire run, where if enemies just decide to, they can bolt totally out of the range of any other enemy, and it is really annoying to deal with, especially when a lot of the time we won't have like an entire board clear move.
Yeah, in the early game, like probably like up through like even chapter 11, we want to be as fast menuing as possible and get these abilities fired off before the enemies ever move. Because any chance they get to move in a really odd position, they will.
Absolutely.
And it's especially critical because in this game, strangely enough, in Yakuza 7, they had skill shortcuts. That's probably only 3. They had skill shortcuts. So instead of going into the menu to have to do your abilities, you would just hit up on the D-pad or something. That's not in this game. So we have to manually menu to all of our abilities that we want to use. We are also going to have to manually menu to all of our items. So getting quick at menus is very crucial for this speed run. One more fight here before we... it might be 3. One more fight before we reach the final fight of this first intro chapter. It's a good start. Oh, how's there no backup? Oh, okay. Well, let's just grab a chair. You, sir, have a seat. I wanted to conserve a little bit of MP, so we can just run straight into the final fight. And weirdly, same thing in the previous game. They just have a grenade lying around. Why they need a grenade, I don't know. But they have one just lying around. And when all of our AoE options kind of rely on lines, having a grenade that's just a big circle around one enemy is very, very handy. And we grab a safe key because the safes need keys in this game. And we get, honestly, the most important gear of the speedrun in Chapter 1. That piece of equipment, the down jacket, does not have a whole lot of defensive stats, but it does have innate blunt and ice resistance. And it's like a 30% resistance, and that is more important than any of the defense. We will use that piece of armor throughout this entire game. And now we learn about the guard status that enemies can have. Means they're going to be taking reduced damage unless we use a grapple style attack. And we wanted to put Kawaki in the corner with that monkey flip so that we can knock him straight into the wall. Introduce him to some baseball. And now that cuts us into mid-fight QTEs that this game has added back in. I love that dodge. The vast majority of these, we are going to succeed. It does do a little bit of extra damage to the enemy, and most of them end up being faster to just succeed. But there will be some situations where we do fail on purpose. Dachi doesn't have the most amount of damage to start here, and no AoE option, so he's just going to do some baseball. And now we're hoping for some nice lineups between these enemies, so we can take on like 2 of them at a time. Nanba, what are you doing on this chair?
Nice. I didn't know if that would hit both.
Should be able to finish you off with this. Oh, that counts as a back attack? Oh, Ichi, you could have finished that. And with that, that is the first chapter down. So we probably have a good while before we get back into anything that we really need to explain. So Nicole, if you got anything, go for it.
I sure do. Thank you, thank you. An anonymous donor donated $200. They did not leave a comment, but
Goodness.
anonymous donor, thank you so much. That means a lot. I have a $50 donation from Egg Toast, QP, and Riza.
Oh.
They collectively say, good luck in your run, Tom. We know how much work you've put into this. Can't wait to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Which is
That's
very
all
cute.
of our pets. How they
also, we
managed
are now
to
at-
fill out the form is, I don't know.
Listen, they learned how to type in your absence. They really worked
wow.
hard on that
Oh,
donation.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, they've got a lot to show you. And we are still at 1,398 out of 2,000 for Sing Baka Mitai. We only need 602, so let's get that met. When you donate, make sure to select an incentive before hitting submit. You can put it towards any of our amazing incentives, which do also include outfit choices for later in the game.
And we have plenty of time before we end up locking those choices in. So you have a lot of sway on which outfits we're going to be doing still.
What's your favorite outfit set?
Oh, I mean, I want Onomichi on at least one of them. But it would be nice to have like the Yakuza legend on the Japan side. That way, I love the way Namba looks in Majima's gear. He looks surprisingly good in an eye patch.
You heard it, chat, audience. Legend. You said legend, right? I didn't
Yes.
misunderstand you. I actually know how to understand what you say. Okay, perfect. Japan costume legend. If we could get some donations towards that, but also towards Baka Mitai, because if there's one thing, I know Tom said that there's one thing he feared, 2 things he feared, and that was one of them, which means naturally I want to see it happen.
Thanks.
Love you. You're welcome.
Love you too. And now before we progress on, it turns out that Sawashiro is a part of the Seiryu clan, and he's told us that Ichi's mom, who we thought was no longer around, has actually been in Hawaii this entire time. And that there's been various Yakuza and other gangs trying to get a hold of her. So that's no good. So we are going to run on over to Hawaii real quick. First, we have to grab Nancy and bring her along with us. She is one of the summons that we can get, unfortunately not in the speed run. It's a sad day when we can't bring Nancy with us. I was so very sad when in Yakuza Like a Dragon that I ended up removing Nancy from the run. Like, how could I? Nancy's just adorable. And I abandoned her.
How could you?
And now with the Suji Dex tutorial out of the way, we get rid of that flasher, and it's just telling us that, hey, there's a bunch of different enemies around. You should try to see them all. We'll see actually quite a few silly ones as we progress. But now, let's just take a taxi drive across the ocean all the way to Hawaii. And I'm sure Ichi's going to have just the best greeting. Everyone's going to say hello, wave. He's going to get a lei. Everyone's going to say aloha. We're going to make friends so fast. This nice cabbie drive was willing to take him into the city. Yo, why does that cabbie have a gun? So yeah, it's already not so great for Ichi starting off here. Hoping for a paralysis, which our weapon can do. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. We also didn't get the knockback damage. So we have to do an extra attack. Now do the paralysis, Ichi, please. Nope.
Aww.
And we're in America now. Americans like baseball. So with this, we take a very long walk with our new friend Eiji here. Ichi helped him out on the plane. Ichi has a lot of experience helping out folks in wheelchairs with all of his experience with the young master in the previous game, helping him out. So now Eiji actually ended up helping us out from that crooked cabbie. And now we're just taking a slow jaunt and getting to know each other. And while we're doing that, TJ, I actually have a question for you. How the heck did you end up routing and getting into speedrunning this game when, like, after you submitted, I was just like, who's TJ? I've never seen him in the Discord before, and just known for Donkey Kong 64 tasks mostly? Why Infinite Wealth?
Right. Sorry, I was joking there. Yeah, so I actually was routing this game with a friend because he wanted to run this game.
Ah.
And this isn't the first time that it's actually happened either. Me and this friend have routed many different games together, all with the intent that he will run them. However, he has not run any of the games that we have routed together. And finally, I got tired of it and I said, not this time. So I decided to run this game because of it, out of sheer spite.
This is a call-out post. That friend needs to now run Infinite Wealth. You've got your strategies pretty much locked in at this point, and so now we have to force them to learn it.
Yeah, the game's like a whole hour and a half shorter than it was when we started.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, now we get our chance. Ichi's always just a good guy helping people around. This woman's scarf flew out into the ocean. We got to go get it. And that's the second to the last time we will swim in this game. It's a lovely feature that gets added in Hawaii. You can just take a nice break in the water and go for a swim. But there's just no real reason for us to do that, so...
Yeah, it's a shame because I would have loved to see you go and dodge boats in Hawaii.
Oh, God. Yeah, you can, in fact, get run over by boats in the water. All right, these guys didn't move at all. That's fantastic. It's very rare. These enemies love to run all over the place because Eiji... can you line? No. Line of... knockback line got... Oh, nice miss. But Eiji here loves to cheer Ichiban on in this fight and the upcoming fight. And that's actually really bad for us because the enemies get to move while Eiji's doing that. But they lined up pretty well. And if you're paying close attention to like the arrows, when we're trying to line things up for the knockback, it will like kind of auto-target onto the enemy. So that's what I'm paying attention to when I'm trying to confirm that we're getting a good knockback into the enemy.
Yeah, it's nice that it tries to auto-target, but it's not always very good at it, unfortunately.
Yeah. We're going to be seeing a big showcase of that in not this upcoming fight, but the next one, where there's going to be a bunch of enemies. They're going to be all lined up, and they'll probably only hit like one other person. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
We need to go bowling, but somehow it always just veers off when it hits the first pin. I'm trying to think if there's any other like main basics that we haven't explained with like the combat system or exploration.
Well, there's some big stuff coming up, but I don't really want to spoil it yet.
That's fair. We do have a little bit of a fun boss fight coming up once we finish this off. Nicole, if you got like 20 seconds or so, if you got anything you want to say.
I sure do. I have a $50 donation from Dragonista. They do not leave a comment, but Dragonista, thank you so much for your donation. And also, we only need $577 for singing Baka Mitai. So thank you, chat. Thank you, audience. Let's get that met.
Thank you very much for all your generous donations. I already see it's been almost like, how much has it been since the run started? Like over 500? That's insane. Thank you very much for all your generosity. That is wild. Yeah, thank you very much. Now Eiji's taking us back to his apartment. Ichi doesn't really have a place to stay when he got here in Hawaii. So Eiji's helping us out, and the thugs kind of took us back all the way back to Eiji's apartment, and now we're getting attacked by these gentlemen. And now is a great time for a grenade. Oh, it's a weird teleport. Didn't matter.
Nice.
So the game wants to like have a good like throwing arc and animation for everything, but in this really tight and close space, it like kind of teleports Ichi to a random spot in the apartment. And that can mean that your grenade blows up early on a different enemy and ends up whiffing people. But we got lucky there and ended up taking them all out. Now we see this guy, just kind of a tutorial boss fight in the second chapter, introducing us to Hawaii. I'm sure we'll never see him again once we're done. This guy, he already brought kind of a bat along with him. I'm sure he's a big fan of baseball as well.
Now, I also want to mention here, Tom might have said that this is a tutorial boss, but you can very, very easily lose to this boss if you don't have the armor that we picked up in Chapter 1 equipped to Ichiban here. It's just so easy to die.
Yeah, we took about 50 damage there. Without that armor, you're taking like 70, 75. It is a lot. And also, he's a big fan of rockets. Also, we have that. I don't know why they let us have that on the plane. Seems a little lax on Custom's part, but we'll take it. Because, the rocket launchers are twice as much damage as a baseball right now. And this boss fight's actually already over. But oh no, he's going after Eiji. He's got the moves, though. Eiji's got the moves, keeping him distracted, and Eiji comes in with a drop kick. And get him while he's down. And with that, we are done with kind of basically the most auto-scrollery chapter of the speed run. Now, we found a different cabbie that wasn't going to hold us at gunpoint to take us to Ichi's mom's place. And unfortunately, we didn't find Ichi's mom there. We found a housemaid that was there cleaning. Oh, Ichi had a nice little chat with her, and everything went so super well that she ended up drugging Ichi, stealing all of his stuff, and leaving him naked on the beach. So now we're arrested, which is not ideal, and this is why we ended up putting that money away in Chapter 1, all that money we got from selling the revolvers, so that we didn't end up having that stolen from us and taken away for the next 2 chapters, because we absolutely need it for the next chapter. This chapter we could manage without it, but the next chapter, no. absolutely need that money.
Yeah, for sure. I think something that's a little strange to me is that the housemaid, rather, goes and takes all of the cash that you have on hand, but the housemaid could also have taken your ATM card, right? And just taken everything out of the ATM?
They sure could have. That's almost like the standard move when stealing someone's stuff.
Yeah, you'd think so, right?
Also conveniently leaves all of our items alone, so we still have a rocket launcher. Feels like she could have gotten a pretty penny for that.
Yeah, for sure. Although, where did Ichi keep the rocket launcher on him if he was naked on the beach?
Well, that is also a good question. We'll never find the answer. Also, who the heck is this guy? They just came to our rescue. I feel like we should know him. Kind of seems important, but I don't know. They gave him a jingle, so he's probably important. Now, Ichi is going to need some speed, and this new gentleman is going to do some extra damage. This new gentleman, Joryu, or Taichi Suzuki, or Kiryu, I think. He now joins the frame, and he has a lot of very special things with his base class. Namely, that he has 3 different fighting stances that he can use. Brawler one is just kind of the standard mixed damage, and we're going to hope for a nice lineup on this pull. I am so sorry about your jewels, sir, but it has to be done. A nice 3-for on that.
Oh, that was nice.
Rush is kind of the hyper speed ability. Oh, I didn't see that you were guarding. But he's guarding, which means we can Beast. And Beast breaks guard. So yeah, has a very extensive kit in his base class. And you are guarding. So get rid of you, although I probably shouldn't have because this guy probably won't get taken down by this bat breaker.
It's okay, you'll para. Aw.
All right, sir. See you later. Now we have to do a little trip. We might as well get a souvenir while we're here. It's not every day you get to take a trip to Hawaii. You might as well get the proper attire. Yep, come on. But now we're getting introduced to more of the like bond points and stuff that we can do, all the various small things that we can do in Hawaii. Hawaii is, in fact, when we're not being held at gunpoint, is a friendly place. So we can just say aloha to people on the street and make friends. Such as make friends with this bartender. And we'll actually only be making one other friend that way. Unfortunately, it is a good source of personality traits, but it is just kind of awkward that you can only do it while you're running. And we're only going to be running for a little bit longer because we need a new way to get around. Hawaii is a bit more expansive than the tight streets of Japan. Everything's a bit more spread out. So we don't want to be running everywhere. So instead, we're going to take a brand new piece of gear for a ride. And it goes so fast. Do 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 do. Oh, we have a little bit of a Daytona here. Showing off the hyper speed of the Segway. It is about 50% faster. But some people are real naysayers of our fancy new wheels. And we outsped one of them, so we take down the one that didn't get a turn yet. And very conveniently, these guys are weak to gun, which baseball counts as gun in this game, strangely enough. So it works out well because those guys have way too much HP for us to deal with quickly. Now this, wrong button. This thing has a radio attached. And it is, in fact, Friday night, so it only seems fitting. Are you kidding me?
Uh-oh.
I thought I gave you a wide enough berth. Kiryu, what are you doing back there? Please escape. Thank you.
Okay, nice. So, all over the place will be mobs that can just randomly pop in and out of existence. You might see them one run, and then you won't see them the next. Right? So a lot of the time we're going to have to just try and pay attention to where these mobs are at all times while we're traversing the overworld there.
Oh, unfortunately didn't get that guy in the front, but that's okay. This back guy was usually the one that we really have to pay attention to because he loves to guard. But now, you guarded, you jerk. I need you to break the guard and not hit him with a shovel, Kiryu. Yeah, this is unfortunate. It's fairly common. This opening fight, if that first turn doesn't go well, it just takes a little bit to clear out the rest. It wasn't the worst, but ideally, it's basically done in just one rocket launcher and one attack. But this is still quite very much the early game of the speedrun, and we kind of just have a very limited tool set on what we can do. We purchased more with the baseballs and rockets, but we still have to really depend on what the enemies are going to give us. And now we are introduced to the fortune system, just various little fortunes lying around, just kind of an incentive to go looking around all places in Hawaii. And you can trade them in for rewards. We're going to end up getting 40 fortune points over the course of the next 2 chapters so that we can get an accessory that increases how much money we get by about 15%, which the earlier we can get that, the better, because, yeah, money routing is very critical for this speedrun. A quick side tour to get that muscle booster. A permanent 5 attack increase, which would be actually pretty substantial early on, but we have a much better party member to put all that on later. Now Ichi, again, always just being a good guy, sees this gentleman stealing a woman's purse. So we gotta chase him down. In the last chase sequence of the run. Just kind of introduces some of this silly stuff that, actually I think there's some sub-stories that end up doing these chase-style sequences, but this is the last one that we're going to see for the run.
Yeah, it's a shame. I like these chase sequences quite a bit.
They're very silly. I think one of the sub-stories is you're doing this and bobbing and weaving through traffic with explosions going off on the side. It's great. Oh, Tomi. Oh, get him from the side. Tomi, you got him. Oh, the slip up. That's all right. Ichi's still on the trail. Ichi, look out. He's going to throw a can. Also, Ichi, look out for that tree. Ugh. That's okay. Kiryu's got him with the distraction. And he's down at the 20-yard line. Great tackle by Ichiban Kasuga. So as we're finding out here, there's kind of some Yakuza, i.e. gangs, hidden around Hawaii themselves, and the local ones here are called the Barracudas. And we are being told that at night it gets pretty dangerous out here, so you don't want to be caught doing anything nefarious. Oh, excuse me, trolley. So that gentleman that stole the purse did get a little hunted down by the Barracudas, and it was not pretty. So they let themselves known as a force to be reckoned with. And in a complete and total shift, we get to have a lovely chat with Tomizawa and complete a bond bingo. By learning little facts about our allies around the run, we can increase our bond points and create little bingo charts. It's very cute. Also, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the Friday night that we had before. So while we go on...
How could you?
Yeah, on these longer sections, I might just play some music just because we got the time. And there'll be some situations, like it works very similarly to the previous mainline entry in Yokohama, where not all the taxis are unlocked by default. So we have to manually go towards them. And now, because we met the incentive, correct, to watch the cutscenes.
Yep.
All right, we get to summon a friend.
Very happy.
Ichi, you don't have to be so hidden about your summoning of friends. Also, Gary Buster Holmes has a daughter, and she's here in Japan. And she should hopefully hit 2 of them. This fight can ideally end in 1 fight. But 2 is pretty dang fast. We will gladly take that. Some of those enemies can guard, they can spread apart and not get hit by Chitose. It can be real rough and really annoying, but that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, for sure. The spread out plus guard is horrible.
Yeah.
If any of them guard, they survive Chitose's hit, and she has to go and hit them again. And of course, spreading out means that you have a much less likely of a chance to go and hit all 3 of them with one of Chitose's attacks there.
And we were out of all of our thrown items, and that is a shame. So we made our way over and got 3 different elements of thrown grenades now, and those will last us for the next many fights. Grab another fortune along the way before we progress in the story. Say hello to this band over here for a little bit of style. And now it's time for some crazy delivery. Very akin to the taxi-style games on the arcade. And Ichiban, I'm going to need you to move forward real quick. I'm going to do some fancy tricks. Extreme! Oh, that was a sick burnout, Ichi.
Nice.
And what we do with all the food that we got is we just do a delivery. Very good. And now it's time to do it for realsies. Let's get hype and let's go. Just go, Ichi.
You can do it, Ichi. The burger's right there. Get the burger, Ichi.
I believe in you.
Hey, we got one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's no reason for us to do crazy delivery. We can't exit out of it. And you could end early by completing all of the deliveries, but the timer stops every single time you complete a delivery. So I can do 1 as an example here. Do a lovely skid in. But yeah, the timer pauses there. That's all wasted time. It looks like you end early and save time, but in actuality, you probably lose like 30 to 45 seconds. And we used to get some agility increasing boots from completing with the points that we got, but we ended up finding a replacement now that we have all the extra money. So we got 2 minutes to just kind of do whatever we want. So Nicole, if you got anything you want to read off, go for it.
I do have things I want to read off. Also, those look so delicious. I have a $25 donation from Bangarang Tangerang. Okay, all right, hold on. Let's back that up. $25 from Bangarang Orangutan. There we go. It says, I have nothing clever to write in this donation comment. I just wanted to make Nicole say Bangarang Orangutan, and now I've gotten her to say it twice. Donation goes to her choice then, and good luck on the run, Tom. Yeah, you got me to say it quite a number of times. Thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate it. We also have a $10 donation from Denki Kang. Denki Kang does not leave a comment, but Denki Kang, thank you very much. As an update, our Japan costume is currently in the lead with Ono Michio and Hawaii with Robo Michio. And we are at 1,423 out of 2,000 for singing Baka Mitai. So when you donate at the bottom, there is a place where you can put your donations towards any open incentive. If you would like to see that get met, make sure you select that when you do your donation.
Yep. We're just trying to see what other lovely foods that we can get.
There's
some
pizza and
sushi.
burger. Is there anything else?
Sushi. I'm not sure I would trust sushi that's just been sitting in a bowl in the street. But I mean, they want
No. It sounds fine.
No,
No.
it's great.
No. You would trust the burger and the pizza that had been sitting in the street?
The burger, you could at least like take like the bottom bun off.
You don't know how long it's been sitting out there.
Yeah.
All right, well, all right, sure, Tom, whatever.
Yeah, with that, we are done with our deliveries. We fail miserably. Completed only one delivery, and they give us their $30 for a job well done anyway. We appreciate it. Do a quick step on over here for a taxi before we go back. The reason we're talking to this vendor that we're heading back to is because we've gotten word that he's a big informant that keeps tabs on everything around here, and he might just know who took our stuff. A girl by the name of Chitose, not Chitose Buster Holmes, different Chitose. And turns out that she's working with the Barracudas. And the Barracudas have a headquarters over on the west side of the city. We're going to take a drive to. And no one gets into District 5 without someone in the know. And this someone in the know is a crooked cop by the name of Roman Reynolds. And I'm sure he's going to respond very politely to our kind request for entrance into District 5. Sir, speed limit's 35. I shouldn't be outspeeding you in a Segway. Well, we bob and weave through here so we don't have to do any of these fights and just go straight on in and greet him at his favorite bar.
Ready for a beatdown?
And now, thrown items are still fantastic. Roman is weak to electric, so we're going to be using flashbangs, and we're hoping that we're going to land a paralysis, please. I would very much appreciate it. You have 3 chances for it. There we go.
Now we just have to hope that the paralysis pays off.
Yeah, paralysis is not a guaranteed turn skip. It's probably something more akin to like a 75% chance or something like that. So we hope that they don't get to do anything and it saves us a little bit of time, but it's not a guarantee. Beautiful.
Nice.
And now we hope that we land a burn status effect with a grenade. We did not, so unfortunately we're going to be losing a little bit of time.
The double para, though, that's good.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if we had landed the burn, we could have just used another grenade instead of a flashbang. And that would have saved a flashbang for later that it actually is very useful for. So now in the future fight there, we would have used that flashbang. We'll instead have to use 1 extra turn. Not the biggest time loss, but still a time loss. And now we make our way back on over to Kiryu's secret hotel to finish off this chapter. So wow, we are speeding through this run. It feels so different being on a hyper fast PC. The load times are like instantaneous. It is wild. On to chapter 4, where we're going to do quite a bit of setup. Still a few more introductions to different mechanics and stuff throughout the run. But yeah, doing a lot of setup for the first like main main set piece of the run. We had like a little taste of one in Chapter 1, but now this set piece that we're about to do is like 17 fights. It is so many.
Yeah, it might be the longest forced set piece in the game, right?
I honestly think so. It is very long. We're doing a little side tour here to fight some of these crown enemies called keepers. This guy drops a XP increasing item, and XP is going to be crucial for various points in this speedrun, so we want to get that as early as possible. But yeah, the keepers are like little mini bosses and stuff strewn about Hawaii that you can defeat for extra rewards, a bit more XP than a normal fight. And we'll be taking down a few of them to get some important things. Getting extra XP is massive. We'll later be doing one for another bit of money increasing gear. And now we get introduced to the blacksmith. He's going to craft us a fancy new weapon that if we had saved that flashbang from before, we would not have even used it in this fight. But we kind of have to, because it's going to take 3 turns to take down this gentleman instead of 2. And luckily he did a pretty fast reload, and we are out of here. But yeah, I think someone, when I last did a run of this, basically was just like, so the early game is just a big game of think fast. Just start off and just throw something at their face immediately.
It's a pretty good way to put it, honestly.
Yeah.
The thrown items really are just the best option that we have in many, many cases.
In this early game especially, like our weapons and stuff that we could acquire are like nice little increases, but they're nowhere near a thrown item. And that's going to be the case. That is going to be the case for still a few more chapters. Once we hit to about chapter 7 is where you'll start seeing those thrown items like really start to fall off on damage. And then we're going to have to change strategies from then on. But for this early game still, they are supremely useful. So we withdrew all of the money that we had stored in chapter 1, bought some status grenades. It's going to be a little while before we use any status grenades, but they are an option now. Picking up more fortunes as we make our way into the mall to our next little side portion of the story we have to do. Take the Segway up the escalator. That's probably not great. Oh, that is a rough spawn.
That's awful.
Swing on over, grab this fortune. Go into this different pawn shop who has different equipment. For rocket launchers again and hallucinogenic bombs. Quick trip for some fancy new kicks. Equip those onto Kiryu and Ichi, because they have plus 10 agility. And for agility in the early game especially, for our allies, if there's a difference of 10 agility between any of our allies, it's pretty much guaranteed that the higher one will outspeed. So that's kind of going to be our target for all of our agility equips throughout the early game, is to try and aim for that 10 agility difference so that we can kind of have a guaranteed turn order. So it's nice and consistent for everything that we're doing. And plus 10 agility is massive at this point in the run. Our best other choice is the insoles at plus 5. But now we get to do some Sujimon. Just a brief little tutorial about the Sujimon battles, a 3-on-3 kind of Pokemon-style little mini-game. And honestly, it's really fun casually. But for the speedrun, we just kind of have to do the tutorial as fast as we possibly can. And actually, while I was here at the event, I did speak with Pessilist, who created his own category in this game, which is a Sujimon Master %. So he did a run from the beginning of the game to quickly maxing out the Tsuchimon minigame. So sometimes you can just set your own goal within a speedrun that's not completed and still have a good time. And the game plays a little bit of a trick here. It's just like, yeah, we did it. We won the fight. And it gives us the sound effect. That sound effect of just like, oh, hey, you must have gotten a nice little chunk of change for winning that. They gave us no money. Just absolutely cheated us. And now, for whatever reason, we can't skip this, so we have to mash through that as fast as possible. And for anyone who's hasn't run a Yakuza game, anything that they've made with the Dragon engine, hold R1 when you're mashing. It auto-completes text boxes. Also, we have to choose our Pokemon starter, and we do choose Squirtle. Squirtle Squad represent. Weirdly, not weak to ice. A bit of a flaw in that Pokemon weakness triangle. And now we gotta show them we care. Gotta really show them we care.
What is this game?
We're recruiting the enemy onto our team. What did you think it was?
I didn't. It's the problem.
All right, and TJ, if you want to explain while I do a very large run around for a bunch of unlocks.
Sure. Yeah, so this whole section here, we're basically setting everything up for later. A lot of this stuff, like we are going to stop by a couple spots that we do need to access right this moment, but many of the stops that we'll be making will come in handy more later on. And while we're taking this long trek through on the street surfer here, you'll see Tom stop and grab a couple of Bond bingo conversations for Eric Tomizawa. We're going to be getting, I think, 11 out of 16 of his, because we need a lot of Bond points for him.
Yeah,
it's very necessary later.
Tomizawa needs to get to Bond level 30 for what we need, and that is a lot of Bond points.
Yeah, but it's so worth it. He's incredibly good later on, so it'll pay off in spades. In the meantime here, we're also going to stop and unlock some taxi points. These taxi points, we can go and essentially quick travel to at any point while we're in the overworld, from pretty much anywhere, which is going to be very useful because we're going to have to be traveling back to here a couple times, for example, and also this next taxi spot that we unlock, we're going to it a couple times. So right here, and then, yeah, we're going to stop here, buy some modified rocket launchers as well, and those are upgraded versions of the rocket launchers. So these deal 600 damage per use instead of the 300 damage of the regular rocket launchers. I'm so glad that you didn't get caught by them. I was very scared for you.
Yeah, those enemy spawns have been wild.
Yeah. Just for reference, if you get caught by any enemies in that area where Tom just was, you're dead. And
Yep.
It's really, really bad because not only do you die and lose time, which of course we don't want, but the bigger problem with death in this game is that you lose a good chunk of your money, and we cannot afford to lose any money. We have routed it down to basically just what we need.
Pretty much. So yeah, getting into a fight there is so dangerous. Mostly in a... Oh, hold on. I do need another burger and,
One more
and
combo.
salad. There we go. So in this game, there is a mechanic where it takes the difference between basically the enemy's chosen party leader and our party leader and takes the level difference. And if our level difference is lower, it will harm our first turn agility significantly. So if we're like even a few levels below the enemy, they will outspeed us even if our like base agility stat is better. And that is going to be a key role of our key reason of why we got the XP gear early, so that we can stick that on Ichi shortly, so our party leader level stays pretty in line with the enemies, and we don't have to deal as much with that agility decrease. And now we started a sub-story of a summon that we'll get later. We have to come up this escalator, get honked. I have no idea what that means. It very conveniently gives us 30 intellect and style, which are the personality traits we're looking for. Grab a fortune over there and just alley-oop into the next cutscene. So that sub-story that we triggered a bit earlier is a musician who needs wind for his music video, and there's just no wind. So he wanted to speak to someone, a shaman who could potentially summon the wind for him. So that's what we got into here, and we're doing a little side trek here to unlock another taxi and also grab another fortune that's over here. That gets the taxi, get the fortune, and now we almost have enough fortunes for everything that we want to purchase from that shop. And then now we do have the 40 that we need. And frustratingly, you have to purchase every single one of these one at a time.
In order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing that we want only costs like 10 or 15 points, but we have to have 40 in order to purchase everything else before it as well. It's very annoying, but at least 40 isn't that bad to get to.
No, it's not too bad, and there's quite a few best fortunes. Man, these fight spawns are being frustrating.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's lots of fortunes around, and there's still quite a few like backups that are around. There's a +4 fortune in the shrine there that is there if you ever come here and you're a little bit short. You can always back up, grab that one. Gonna restock our other grenades. Do our quick menu, so that, and Tomy gets an optimize money and happy lay. We did pick up that happy lay on our run around. That increases the drop rate of items from enemies. And we are going to need basically all the upgrade materials we can get our hands on. So the earlier we get that equipped, the better. And we got our money equipping or increasing gear as well. And now we finally get to go into District 5, the first big set piece. And everyone's going to be so friendly, and it'll be a little while before we have another little break. So Nicole, if you want to have anything, or if you got anything to read.
Absolutely. Said everyone's going to be so friendly. They literally haven't. So I don't believe you anymore.
What are you talking about? What about that man holding a shotgun is not friendly to you? What about this man holding a knife is not friendly to you? I don't understand.
All of it, Tom. All of it. Thank you for questioning my judgment. I have a $50 donation from 3 Ducks who says, "Thanks for an awesome event, my dudes. Thanks for an awesome donation." Update to our incentives: Hawaii costume, we have Robo Michio at 40, job classes at 11, and Japan costume at 50, and Yakuza Legend at 25. As a reminder, Tom would really like to see Yakuza Legend win the Japan costumes, and Baka Mitai at 14.23. So let's get those donations in. Let's get those incentives met. I still really want to hear him sing Baka Mitai, so let's make that happen. I also have a $10 donation from an anonymous donor. They do not leave a comment, but anonymous donor, thank you so much. And also, heavy sigh. If there's 2 things I love, it's puns and tongue twisters. We have a $25 donation from Banana Rama Mama Jamma. that says, "Hi, Nicole," smiley face. So, hello, I said it correctly. You're welcome.
Impressive.
Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you. I did my best.
All right, so now we're getting into the thick of the Barracudas, and we would not be outspeeding any of these enemies if we did not take the agility meal that we got from the burger place. So we absolutely need that. Hopefully this hits 4. That would be lovely. Oh, wow, perfect, actually.
Very nice.
This guy's guarding, which is unfortunate. Oh, that was rude. Are you still guarding? I don't know. I don't think so. All right. That was a pretty fast. And now one more fight with our agility meal before that runs out. And yeah, we came into this set piece with just so much stuff. This is going to whiff at least one of them. Oh my gosh. That actually hit him.
Wow.
And the burn on top?
That was amazingly lucky.
That is surprising, actually. Now, hopefully I can skip this next fight.
Yeah, good luck.
Running about halfway through, scooting on over here. Drops the aggro, and see you later.
Nice.
It is possible to just run a fast enough route between them and not have to drop their aggro, but the dropping aggro is so much more consistent.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we came into this set piece with a lot of stuff. Sir, can you go by the other two? Thank you so much. It's so kind.
Nice.
But we came into this set piece with 5 baseballs, 5 volleyballs, 5 of each elemental grenade, 5 modified versions of each elemental grenade, 2 rocket launchers, 2 modified rocket launchers, and a bunch of status grenades. And we're going to be using a massive chunk of them all in this set piece. This is a very large set piece. Oh, wow. They're being very kind and grouping up.
Wow, nice. Yeah, so we were talking about this set piece a little earlier. It has like 17 fights or something like that. So that's why we need all of that gear coming into this. It's just so long, and honestly, a lot of the enemies are really dangerous. It doesn't matter how good of equipment we have at this point. The ones with shotguns especially, they can just cone cleave you like 3 times in one attack by one of them. And there's a mob that has 3 of them. So, you know, real fun.
Yeah, early speedruns of this, that fight that I just completed were potentially run-enders. Just flat out. Because those shotgunners, yeah, they do like 3 or 4 blasts with their shotgun, and those can all multi-hit the same target or hit all of our party members at once. It is brutal. But because we have the extra money and we're able to purchase those modified grenades, it is now pretty dang consistent. And now we've found Chitose, the actual Chitose we were looking for in the Barracudas. And we have a little interview for her. Chitose, come here. People say that you're going to betray us later. Why are you hanging out in the enemy lair? Surely you won't be a double agent of any kind. What do you have to say about this? But yeah, we purposefully do a go into first person mode there, because in that 4th segment we'd be walking slow. It's faster to do it in first person. And while we are at it, we can also, oh, that might not hit the front guy. Oh, that works.
Okay.
While we are at it, we take 10 pictures, because if we take 10 pictures, that gives us 10 style. Man, I have no idea. Like, it feels like my AoEs are larger than they're supposed to be, strangely enough. So
That's a good thing. Don't complain.
I won't. Also, the Barracudas have lasers. I'll get through. And TJ is much better at these lasers than I am.
I don't know about that. A lot of it really just comes down to luck. If you get there at a good time in the cycle, you can make it through quite easily. But if you get there at a bad point in the cycle, you're getting zapped, and you're losing like 60 health minimum.
60 health and like 3 seconds every time you get zapped.
Yeah. It's also not the last time we'll see lasers. Like here.
And these ones we're just going to bull charge through to get as fast as possible so we can skip this fight. because they just stop moving at us as soon as we. Oh, nope, nope, nope,
Oh.
nope. Okay, we're good.
Well, at least you can't die from the laser damage.
Oh, you can't?
That's the one.
I didn't even know that.
Oh, no, I made sure to try that just because I didn't want to lose a run to it.
All right, and hopefully these guys will stay close to each other. Perfect. So that modified flashbang takes care of all of them. Also, we have
Very nice.
a lot of spare baseballs.
Oh, you got the cure, you outspeed too. Very nice.
Perfect.
So, that fight is the fight with the 3 shotgunners. Old runs, many old runs died there.
Yeah, but now with just one well-placed modified flashbang, that takes out the 3 problems right away.
Yeah.
And now we got to strut our stuff down the runway.
First up, we got an all-access look at our newest collection.
This song is fantastic.
Yeah, I love this song. I wish we got to hear more of it.
Up next, a special treat just for you. Our prized autumn-winter line.
Okay, these guys are decked out at least. The last guys just kind of seemed like everyone else.
Yeah.
These guys are looking
These guys
fancy.
are looking good.
They are all they're quadruplets apparently. They all look quite identical. That guy's guarding. And we need some way to break it. That's where Kiryu comes in.
And now the grand finale. Put your hands together for our top model extraordinaire.
Top model extraordinaire. Not quite the outfit I would expect from a runway. Also, there's 2 of them? Sir, I think you need to
No, this
improve
is
your
right.
set. No, this right? Is this correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your prayer.
And these guys are weak to ice, so we just lob in 1 modified ice. We got 1 person who guarded, but that's okay. Because we do have backups built into this. One of those backups is ice, but I'm actually going to use one of the backup baseballs instead. Because there is some fights that it is better for us to have a backup AoE option. But the baseball will take care of them. Conveniently weak to ice and gun, which we have both of those still plenty around. And still another fight, because this set piece just has so many.
Nice.
So far, I need to not jinx myself, but these fights have been going almost flawlessly, which is
Oh,
very
you
rare.
shouldn't have said that.
No, it'll go great. I'm sure no one will move in the next 2 fights, and it'll be fine.
Surely, yeah. Seriously, though, these fights have gone really well. I'm impressed with how much they're cooperating right now.
Yeah. And we've routed out all the grenades to like hit just the right weaknesses, and also to have a little bit of like speedy menuing options. Okay, that guy survived, but that's okay. We still have a baseball left to use. So now we just have 1 backup liquid nitrogen on us, which is perfectly good. Also, Chitose may have led us into a trap. It's really difficult to say if this is a trap or not. I have no idea how they could have possibly known to be ready with gas masks in a poisoned room that we're being led to. And that's probably like the only fight that actually went wrong in this set piece. That's really good. Much better than usual. Grab another bit of
Yeah.
XP gear here. Hug the left side to skip that. Get another insole. And while we're here, more XP. Kiryu gets speed. And Chitose gets an optimize, gets the money charm, and gets also more speed. And heal up. Because now we're entering into the boss's headquarters of the Barracudas. And Chitose joins us, and she's incredibly fast innately. We put a little bit of extra speed on her for just like a couple fights, but she honestly doesn't need it. She's just so fast innately that she's going to be our main outspeeder here. And
Yeah, it's
the head of the Barracudas is Danny Trejo. Wielding a weapon that it feels like a reference to something, but I can't really put my hand on it. But because we still have a lot of those modified grenades left, this should be a pretty smooth fight. He's got these barrel enemies that are weak to fire. Now he doesn't have any barrel enemies with him. Oh, Ichi went a little slow, which is unfortunate. Should be fine, because strangely enough, he is guarding. Ooh, this might not count as a back attack. It did, yippee.
oh wow.
So, guards are supposed to like block from all directions except for back attacks. And although it doesn't tell you that you got a back attack with the grenade, you can hit them from the back and still do full damage. Which I was just barely close enough behind them to get the full damage. Else we're going to give Danny Trejo here the horns for a bit of damage. And he was guarding. I'm not sure if he's going to still be guarding coming out of this cutscene. He is, so we're going to give him a little bath. One of the best magic skills in the game. Given to Tomizawa there, and he's going to charge up for an ultimate move that he's never going to get to use. Or he's just going to attack again. Stop being mean to Tomi.
We really need Eric to not die here. Like, everybody needs their...
Everyone needs the bond points from this, because a boss fight is worth like 10.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He has just enough HP for us to use that last regular liquid nitrogen and finish him off. Beautiful. That was a very good set piece. On to chapter 5, and this is kind of like the last big, not tutorial, but like big, like unlock progression for like regular stuff. So in this chapter, we're going to be introduced to Polycana, a local charity organization, and we're going to be kind of following them around all over Hawaii and slowly unlocking a few more mechanics as we progress. I'm going to first start off here, heading in to the bar, and we're going to chat with Tomi to get to do a drink link conversation, which is a couple personality choices, learning a bit more about our friends, and also unlocking little abilities for them. We're going to be, this first one is going to be getting the tag team ability for Tomizawa, and these personality traits don't have anything that we're looking for, so we just choose the top one. And now we can tag team with Tomizawa, a move that uses the party leader and that party member in a combined attack. That's usually pretty dang powerful and useful. And before we progress, store 2 intoxication bombs. And we are going to grab all the way in chapter 13 is when we're going to pick those back up. And that saves just like one little shop. Now we are nearby a Tomi bond. So grab that before we progress. And then head on over the orphanage. Which it is a bit faster to pan in the map to get to the next taxi point using the mouse, but again, I'm using a mouse that I'm not 100% used to the sensitivity of, so I can't. It's finicky on its own with how high the sensitivity is, but then yeah, with a fresh mouse, it is a wild time. So we learn a bit more about the charity organization, and we head on over to help out some fine folks in their stand, in their fruit selling stand, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, stopping for another taxi, another party chat, so we can get stuff. And our street surfer is getting a little low on battery, so we're gonna charge that back up here. And it weirdly just takes us off the street surfer, so we do the rest of this on foot. And for whatever reason, these guys really didn't like the fruit that guy was selling. Oh, whiffed one of them. That's all right. He got the fire on because, strangely enough, the hitbox for damage and the hitbox for status effects are two different hitboxes, strangely enough. So we can not do the damage on certain enemies, but we will still land the status effect. It is very odd. And now after these next few cutscenes, we get another different way of using fast travel. We can use the legend in the map to do a dang near instantaneous teleport to East Aloha Street because it's at the top of the menu. Unfortunately, this is the last time we are going to this to get more burgers. Because again, we still need to make up for some of that party level difference between our party leader and the enemies we'll be facing. Because basically the next 3 fights we're doing are all against enemies that are like 4+ levels above us, which would mean they go first. And we do not want that. Also, we are going to be finishing up finally finishing up the sub-story quest line of getting Wind over to that musician. And Nicole, how do you think we're going to get Wind for this guy's music video?
By blowing really hard.
Yeah, how about we pray to the wind gods real quick,
Okay.
and we shake our hips,
Okay.
and then do a very big spin.
All right.
just
None
that.
of this was on the docket. All right.
All right, and we did it.
Okay. Well, egg on my face, I guess.
Yeah. How could you not have predicted that? It's very straightforward.
I don't know what is wrong with me.
Do another quick. That bond conversation is literally right where the taxi drops you off. So while we're on the way over to this area, we can now do this bond conversation. And at this point, we have already reached level 5 of intellect. So we do not need any more intellect for the rest of the run. We could potentially unlock the job that we need, or that we want to unlock with the intellect here, but it does cost an additional $1,600 to do that, and we can't give that money up right now. So unfortunately, we are going to come back later. And this is an unskippable cutscene as Kiryu unlocks this job. So Nicole, if you got anything to read off.
I sure do. I have $25 from Hasty Chester. They say, "Hi, Tom. So much friendship in this game. I love it. Hello, and thank you for
you,
your
Chester.
donation."
I
There's a
appreciate
lot
it.
of friendship.
Yeah.
So much friendship. We also have $25 from Super Cool Incentives, ! They say, remember, when you donate, you can click the Add Incentive button and select an incentive for your donation to go towards. Once you select your incentive, make sure to click Add so that it applies it. Put this donation towards making Tom sing Baka Mitai, please. We will do that. Thank you so much for your donation. That puts us at $1,448.75 out of $2,000 for that incentive. Thank you again, Super Cool Incentives, for reminding us how to apply our incentives.
Thank you. It's very informative. Oop, I meant to change Ichi's job there. This is like very similar to how we're going to change our outfits later on in the run, but we're not going to do it quite yet just because we only change Ichi's job here. And it's not really worth it. And it's also kind of worth it for Ichi to just kind of be having the outfit he's going to have, because he gets to be an Aquanaut and he's just going to be running around with a full oxygen tank on his back for the rest of this. And it lovingly keeps that outfit in many of the mid-fight QTEs. So you're going to see a surfer fist fighting some folks later on.
Yeah, that's honestly one of my favorite parts about the game. Just being able to carry these ridiculous costumes into the mid-fight QTEs, it adds so much character to the game. I love it.
That's amazing. And we're going to quick go over to Crystal Aloha Resort for a keeper fight. This is an optional keeper fight that I alluded to before. That's going to give us another accessory that increases how much money we're getting from fights by another 15%. And we're basically going to be having that on for the entirety of the run because we need every last bit we can. And we hope that he summons these ads by him. Kind of. Oh, this is awkward. Really bad camera view. I got rid of 4 there. That's not too bad. That should hit both. Oh, yeah, we're in the clear. Because now with just the king left, we'll still have 2 more turns left. The burn is very nice to have. And we have 2 more volleyballs to spare. Okay, Kiryu. Well, I appreciate the effort,
nice.
Kiryu. The extra damage is not necessary, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, that extra damage definitely seals it if the burn didn't already, but I'm pretty sure the burn did.
Okay, now Polycon is helping out these folks in this alley. In this alley that actually holds a secret. It holds the game's randomized dungeons, the Hawaiian haunts. And we are going to have to do the first 3 floors. This first floor has the exact same layout every single time. It does not change. The rooms themselves can be different, but the layout is the same. So we're just going to skirt and not get into any fights because I do need to preserve those agility meal buffs that I have. So that exit here is always in the exact same spot. But the next floor is entirely random, and we just have to find the exit. It can be rough or it could be immediate. And let's hope for immediate. I'm feeling straightforward today. And of course, there's so many sealed doors that you can't like get a easy glimpse over what's going to be down certain alleyways. Sir, no, drop your aggro, please and thank you. Goodbye. Where in the heck? Okay. So there's only so many layouts that the game is pulling from, and at some point I'd like to figure out what those are, but I have not gotten around to that yet. So at the moment it's still just figure it out. Okay, this has to be the exit path, right?
It's gotta be.
It's so long.
far away.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's our exit.
Yeah, my rule of thumb has just been kind of go as far away as you can from wherever you spawn in.
Yeah, pretty much. Usually a good rule. Now we gotta fight some clowns on stilts. They grew a little bit in height. And we do outspeed them. We'll lob this over to the right so that it hits all 3 right away. And with the last of our modified grenades, quick finish off this boss fight. And there goes pretty much every last grenade that we purchased in the previous chapter. Wrote it out pretty specifically to deal with all the enemies' weaknesses and all the large HP enemies. And we got to make sure I do this beforehand. I'm just going to quick optimize Ichi, get that money crown onto him, and also that fight just gave us a 3-star weapon for the Aquanaut class, which is a pretty okay weapon. It's not incredible, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, and that weapon will be very important later on as well.
Yes. Very important for one fight. It is nice to have increased damage with it because there will be moments where it is nice for us to use Ichi's abilities, but it has most critical importance in one fight specifically. Now we can close out this chapter It's one final fight. This fight. We're fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Enemy spawns are unique to every player. And now because we have the agility meal still, we can hopefully hit all of these ads with this. Okay, one got out of it. That's okay. We will hopefully catch him with this, please. Okay, we got the paralysis. He's not down yet, but he should be close enough after this. Sir, can I back up just real quick? Thank you. So when they're not paralyzed, it's pretty finicky to try and get them to cooperate and move to where you want them to. But when they're paralyzed, you can kind of just shove them. And that was a beautiful fight. Okay, and now we have a very long sequence of cutscenes, and more cutscenes. So if there's anything you want to read off, Nicole, you got the time.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I have a $20 donation from Aria. They say, good luck with all the runs. Thank you so much. I also have a $20 donation from Edward_Malice. They do not leave a comment, but thank you so much for your donation. It means absolutely everything. Our current total is $66,679, which is an incredible amount of money to be donating. Thank you, everyone, for watching and being a part of this. This is absolutely amazing. As an update to our incentives, we still have Robo Michio at 40, job classes at 11, and for Japan costumes, Ono Michio at 50 and Yakuza Legend at 25. Singing Baka Mitai at $14.48 out of $2,000. Let's get those incentives met so that we can have those done. And specifically the singing, I mean, that's kind of like a staple, right? You have to make Tom do that.
It is, and I'm more nervous about that than the run.
I'm sorry.
I can't believe you'd push for them to
But
donate
I'm also
more
not
money.
sorry.
To a great charity.
I'm not sorry. I'm absolutely not sorry at all.
So story-wise, also don't mind that thing over there. Story-wise, we could not really track down where Ichi's mom is. But instead, we're going to summon everyone to Ichi. And then Ichi kind of just got a little knocked out. And also, there's these guys here. Don't mind them. They're perfectly standard. But this is now where we get to Dondoko Island. The game's very large mini-game throughout the entire duration. And it is Animal Crossing. It's Animal Crossing. So we're going to do a little bit of the tutorial stuff. Our fastest way to dish out the damage here is just these little delayed single hits rather than doing the full combo. Now it's teaching us how to gather materials, and then we're going to use those materials to craft. And that's all we need is 5 rock, 5 wood, and then we head on out. And snaking also does work here as well. And we're going to craft the shiniest dang toilet you've ever seen.
Beautiful
I've seen
work.
shinier.
And it teaches us to put stuff down, and we're just going to put that toilet in the middle of a field. Good job.
Yippee!
Yippee, we did it. And more tutorials, and now we wait here for the next 15 minutes. So Nicole, I'll let you take care of things, TJ, and...
We do what?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And 15 minutes is man, we're here for longer than 15, really, because each in-game day is equivalent to 8 real-time minutes. We have to sit through 2 days bare minimum, and that's not including the time it takes between the days. So this is going to be like 20 minutes, give or take.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal. Well, yeah. I mean,
so
I
what do you want to
definitely
talk
have things I
about?
could say.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
How's your day?
Well, we can talk about so many things. Oh my gosh, it's going so well. How's your day?
It's going pretty well. The run's going great.
That's great. Can I tell you a little bit about NAMI?
Oh, you sure can.
Oh my God, thank you. The NAMI Helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI Helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI Helpline resources and contact information. Just an amazing charity that this money is going towards. So thank you again, everyone who's been donating, watching, running, volunteering. All of you have been a huge part in making this possible. We have a $20 donation from an anonymous donor. They do not leave a comment, but anonymous donor, thank you so much. That means a lot. Again, just a phenomenal charity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's enough Dondoko. We're just going to skip this. So for a regular run, we would not allow skipping it, just because there's just a lot of little nuance and stuff to it. Like, we do break extra trash there to get an extra $100, and if you set a preload save that people will load, then they'll optimize to get to that save rather than optimize for the entire duration of a run. So unfortunately, there's just like, if you're doing regular runs, you would still play through the rest of the Dondoko segment. But for the sake of the marathon, I don't actually want to sit there and wait for 15 minutes. So we're just going to skip this with a preloaded save. And unfortunately, that does mean we do skip over seeing Dolphine, the dolphin that takes us back and forth between the island.
That's messed up, Tom.
I know. I'm so sorry.
How could you do this to me?
The real shame is not getting to see Tom go and capture all the bugs and harpoon the fish.
Yeah, come on. What?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, yeah, and we used to, back in the day, do all the way to run 1-star rank in just the first 2 days, because it is possible to do that.
Yeah.
But we used to do literally everything. And there's a little bit of extra stuff after you get 1 star, but it gives you $10,000, which is a ton for the early game. So we used to do that, and then it would fund the next couple chapters for us. But as we found out that the timer that ticks down in Dondoko Island, it runs off of in-game time, and in-game time pauses whenever you're in menus or have little text boxes bring up. So every time we'd go and capture a bug, do menus, craft anything, all of that pauses that timer. So all of that additional stuff is just wasting time. So in the end, like, it loses like 4 minutes or so to do 1-star rank in Dondoko. So instead, we just get the extra money from the revolvers early and leave. Also, heck, I didn't think we'd see this guy again. Really strange. I didn't think they'd bring him back. So Yamai here is weak to ice, and we are going to now officially see. Also, he only has eyes for Kiryu. He's only going to try and hurt Kiryu a whole lot. But he's already weak to ice, and we have status effects grenades that we haven't used yet that reduce their elemental resistance. This stacks together multiplicatively. So instead of doing just 50% more damage, it does 50% times an additional 30% increase. So these modified liquid nitrogens are hitting for a lot of damage. And that's the fight. And that is going to be a trick that we're going to be using a lot, is those elemental resistance drop debuffs are useful all over the speedrun. They're useful for multiplying innate weaknesses. But sometimes it's just like we really only have like fire damage, so why don't we make them a little bit weak to fire and increase our damage?
Yeah, absolutely. And it helps so much more so when all of our party members are basically limited to one element as well, right? Because then you're not just boosting damage for a single damage dealer, but you're boosting damage for the entire party just by dropping one elemental resistance down. It's very worthwhile.
Hopefully that guy's close enough. Ah, dang it. Do I have a backup grenade? I do not. Unfortunate. So this is going to be a little bit slow to take care of this last guy who backed up too far. And Tommy's not very strong. Hey, he's strong enough.
Strong enough.
All right. So what we are basically finding out here in the story is that in addition to the Barracudas, there's also a Chinese mafia known as the Ganja. And they seem to have a lot greater idea of where Ichi's mom is. So we're trying to infiltrate their facilities to try and figure out what they know. Need to check on how Kiri is doing to progress. And then we are going to restock our grenades and head on into a very... Hopefully, I say hopefully, these fights never go smooth. The next 4 fights, they are one of the most, or some of the most RNG-dependent fights in this entire speedrun.
Yeah, I feel like the majority of my attempts just end up losing minutes throughout Chapter 6 because of the randomness of the fights.
Yeah, that Yamai fight that we did a couple fights back is a little source of it, but it's not like the worst. But the upcoming 4 fights are brutal. And then the entirety of Chapter 7 is brutal for RNG. This is definitely like one of the toughest to get a good time on. And we load on in through all these cutscenes into the headquarters of the Gangzhe and meet Mr. Wong To. And this is one of my favorite intro cinematics because our boys team up and it's glorious. If there's one thing I will use to describe Mr. Wong To, also this is a really neat pen. Also not a pen. He is elegant. And the way we combat that is by giving him a little bit of a drunk status. Dropping his fire resistance. He's already weak to fire, so we're going to be doing lots of fire damage. And we've been holding on to these for a while. Let's land a modified rocket launcher for 1,200 damage, and the very important weapon, or the volleyball we've been hanging on to for a while, and why we want Ichi's weapon. Nice little follow-up damage from Chitose. But weirdly, with some of the thrown items and some of like the resistance drops, the volleyball does inherit Ichi's fire innate, his fire status from his weapon. And because Wong To is already weak to fire and he's also weak to gun, it stacks multiplicatively together. So a volleyball will do more damage than a grenade. And now we're really hoping that Wong To will be by some of his ads, so we can do a rocket launcher. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah, that'll get one.
Oh!
It won't... Oh, this is going to be rough. Oh, they're all so spread out. Oh, this is
And this is what it looks like to lose a ton of time on this fight.
Yeah, we normally, like Wong To, we can finish off immediately, and we want his allies to be nearby so they can catch some of the AoE. But unfortunately, We're in a little bit of a tricky predicament here. I can hit you from behind with the liquid nitrogen. I have enough for that. Oh, you teleported to not behind Ichi. Oh my. Okay, let's just make sure this guy goes down. Okay, now I don't have any other excess grenades to use, so now this is just bad and slow. And this is like as worst as you can possibly get. And we're hoping that no one dies. Okay. Oh, this is so rough. Okay, Ichi should have gotten enough MP back. And this should hopefully finish off with the wall bounce. Beautiful. Okay.
Nice.
Recovered it, but yeah, that's about as poorly as that fight goes. That is the woe of RNG of this ending sequence of this chapter. And before we progress on, this waitress has all of the status effect healing items that we need for the run. So we just get some mental supplements to heal off any bad status effects that we might get. Ah, that was a bad grenade. Surprisingly hit everyone. How about I just break your guard and we're actually done with this fight. That worked really well. Very surprising.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, I was mashing. I thought it was their turn next. That's what I should have done. Just let the fire do the work for me.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, my gosh, thank you. We did meet Sing Baka Mitai.
Oh my goodness, that was quick. How did that happen?
So, by our amazing donors, some such as $20 from My Hero Zero that says, and I love this donation so much, I guess $1 per minute we have to wait near a toilet in a field. And $25 from Pinecone that says, good luck on the run, Tom. You rock, by the way. Thank you all so much for your very generous donations and for meeting Sing Baka Mitai. That is absolutely amazing. You all are amazing. Thank you so much.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. So now we have that to look forward to at the end of this run. And unfortunately, there's one guy left. I have no other grenades that I can really spare, so we're just gonna take them down the old-fashioned way. Oh, he does a nice dance, though. Can you grab this, Kiri, real quick? Gotta take out the trash. Oh, that would have been so much cooler if you finished the fight with that, Kiryu. Come on.
Can I have one more quick interruption, Tom?
Yeah, do it. We got a few cutscenes before the next fight.
Perfect. Amazing. An anonymous donor did donate $555.
Oh my God.
They say, loving this run. Thank you all for all you are doing to help raise money for such a good cause. Thank you so much. That was very, very generous. Really appreciate it. This brings our total to $67,324 for Nami. Thank you all so much for all of your donations and everything that you've been doing for this. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much. That's so very generous. I genuinely appreciate it. And welcome to Yamai's back again. And he still hurts, or he now hurts more than ever. And he has a lot of friends with him that love to spread out like those. And we're hoping that we can get a bunch of AoE damage from stuff here. Oh, that wasn't quite close enough to Suda, I don't think. Shoot. The fire's nice. Yeah, we need to guard these because these fights can be a little dangerous. That might not hit. Oh, sorry about that. That didn't hit Yamai. I think I have one spare incendiary that I can still use. Usually doesn't attack. Yes, he does Iron Will. Liquid nitrogen. Please hit some of the other guys. Oh, that's really bad.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna coffee. Oh, that's bad. I'm gonna do a safety heal. Ichi's looking a little famished. Could use a tuna salad. I've actually never seen that move before. This is now dangerous. Oh, that missed.
Oh.
Okay. We have just one enemy left after this. This should take out those two. Use the tag team and give him a flipper to the lipper. Oh, come on! Oh, he gets one turn. He shouldn't have enough to kill. Okay.
Oh, good recovery.
That fight never cooperates, and that's the worst I've actually ever had. Because what we used to have when we used to do one-star Dondoko, we would have enough money to use a summon there, and that would just get rid of all the troublemakers. But we don't have that kind of money, unfortunately, anymore. So we just kind of have to deal with what it offers, and it offers pain.
Yeah, so ideally that fight is only 7 seconds longer without the summon than it is with the summon. But that was also pretty far from ideal.
Yeah, that was real bad. But now, Yamai, after fighting him again, has now taken Kiryu hostage. Kiryu wasn't looking so hot, and Yamai snatched him up. So now we're down a party member, so we got to call in the backup. Because the boys are back in fresh Hawaii attire. Before we progress, get a Tomy Bond that's right here. Do a little equipment menu. Tomy, you steal Adachi's hat, and Nanba, you need a lot of speed. So you're just going to be stealing all of Kiryu's stuff. So that we want our turn order to be Chitose, then Nanba, and hopefully being outspeeding all the enemies. And they were on a very long flight, so they could use a drink. Exactly 30 drinks. So those are our MP healing items that we're going to be using throughout the run. As well as they do induce the drunk status effect when we use them. And that is actually going to be crucial when we get to Chapter 9 and for the rest of the run beyond that.
For sure. And make no mistake, the drunk status is labeled as a debuff, not a buff. However, you'll see.
Okay, didn't hit everyone with that, but that's okay. Oh, they backed up. That's so kind of you. Because Namba can bring in the pigeons, and I think I have one. Oh, I have plenty of backup grenades. I guess I just didn't use as many grenades as I thought during the Yamai fight in the forest. So that was pretty nice. But yeah, Namba brings in the pigeons, and now we're getting to the point where the thrown items are not going to be our instant win button. So we're going to have to supplement them with a lot of other damage. And Nanba joins us with a pretty dang good weapon. So he's actually going to be able to dish out some great magic damage. And his pigeon raid has a larger AoE than our grenades. So he's going to be able to make sure everyone gets hit.
Aloha. Thank you for...
Yeah, up until this point, we haven't really had a true AoE outside of thrown items. So Nanba quite literally is game-changing at this point. It's very nice that he joins us here.
Very necessary. Especially for this set piece, because our grenades are not going to be enough of the damage that we need. So we need some ability damage. And now here comes the RNG set piece, and hopefully we can lob this grenade into the middle. Beautiful, hit everyone. Only one of them needs a bit of extra damage because the fire took effect. It's a good start. And this actually lets Nanba get a little bit of MP back from a basic attack. That actually might save us a little bit of menuing later on, so that we don't have to re-heal Nanba's MP quite as often. And this is the definition of the think fast fight. No, and I messed up the menu, but they were very kind. So normally, and I missed one anyway. Normally what, I am defaulting to a later part of the game.
Hey, it's all right.
But yeah, normally, for me, on my PC, when I do this, one of those enemies immediately runs behind our party. Just completely completely away from everyone else. And just kind of have to menu fast and pray.
Yeah, and sometimes even if you do menu fast enough, like they'll continue to kind of slide during your throw, and it just can mess everything up anyways, even if you play properly.
That it is. And now we're actually going to be using a secondary effect of the grenades we've been using. The liquid nitrogens do keep enemies in place longer than other grenades. So we're going to use the liquid nitrogen for a bit of extra damage, but also to keep them in place so that we can get a pigeon raid before they move. And they should hopefully take down all of them but 2. Okay, I missed one in the back. That's okay. They usually don't move too far. And to close it out. Oh, man. This sucks.
Yeah, I don't
Sir,
think you're...
can you move? Can you move? No? Okay, fine. I'll hit this guy. So it's a little bit slow, but it's not the worst because Adachi has a fantastic ability. Innate with his detective class, he can just arrest people. This is a 100% accurate instant kill attack. So long as they are not immune to instant kill, it's just a win button for Adachi. It is ridiculous and so very useful. Ideally, that fight would have ended with the rocket launcher, but unfortunately one enemy survived, so he did his animation, and that gave everyone the chance to spread apart for us. A little slow, but not the worst. Cheeto saying Nanba getting optimized, and we heal. Nanba's MP. And now this fight can be over very quickly if the front guy does not guard and we hit all of the enemies with this flashbang. He did guard. Okay, that's okay. Second fastest, he hopefully just aims at Ichi, and then he gets arrested. So Adachi does have the instant win button, but yeah, it does require the enemy to not be immune to instant kill. A lot of bosses are, in fact, immune to insta-kill, and also it counts as a grapple attack, so if there is a type of enemy that can't get grappled, then we can't arrest them either. So there are, it's not as overpowered as it seems, but for many of these situations where there's just one enemy that's just kind of a weaker enemy in general, but still too much HP to deal quickly, it's very handy.
Yeah, we see a good number of them actually in this set piece in particular, where they've just got so much HP for the weapons that we have access to, right? If we had more money and we could get like 4-star weapons, we might be okay, but without them, it's just so grueling to get through these fights. So having a rest is really good here.
And hopefully these guys in the corner stick together like they normally do. Of course they didn't. So, sir, could you... Oh, I can hit these two. Very kind of them. Oh, I don't have enough money for the important ability, so I'll just have to flip her. I didn't quite finish him off. I'm hoping that I can show off the ability. So I can, maybe at the final fight of this chapter, I can show off the ability if I don't see it before then. But now these guys with shotguns, again, shotguns very scary. So we're gonna, oh, no guard on the enemy too, that's perfect. So we're gonna knock these guys all in the corner so that they stay nice and grouped. Oops, I didn't hit the action command, so this might not be enough damage. We're gonna hope for burns on everyone. And the last 2 alive have burns, perfect. That works. We get the key so we can progress. And Adachi is going to swap on out because we got a boss fight coming up and we need a faster party member than Adachi. Adachi's base agility is by far the lowest in the run, or in the game, and his job class is also the slowest in the game. It compounds to Adachi just gets lapped by teammates and enemies alike. So again, a little bit of a balancing step with the arrest being so powerful as it is that it has to wait until Adachi's turn to be able to use.
And
Well-
if only there was some kind of ability that would let you have a character, or let a character have more turns.
If only. Gosh, that'd be the dream. Oh, but now we're up against Yamai again, and this time he's the strongest he's ever been. He has like 6,000 or so HP to work through. It's a lot. But we have fight strats that are pretty dang consistent. All right, Yamai, let's have you cooperate. And let's have your ads cooperate. He starts with 3 ads around him. Hopefully none of them guard. Because we do have a good solution for them. And one of them guarded. That's frustrating. We're just going to have to hope that they are near Yamai a lot. So now Yamai is weak to ice. We're going to get him incredibly weak to ice. We're going to stack 3 ice debuffs on him. And now we have to perfect guard a lot because that extra ad around is very dangerous because Yamai is very strong. Oh, that's bad. Still good for now, but Tomi's not in a good spot because I failed those perfect guards. Make him very, very weak to ice, and before his turn comes up, we do our first liquid nitrogen. This pushes him into the cutscene, and this cutscene, after this cutscene, he always goes first. So timing this cutscene right when he's about to have his attack means he doesn't like get 2 attacks in a row. It's really bad if we don't time it that way. We just have to really hope that he doesn't hit Tomi, because otherwise Tomi might go down. I do have 1 revive. Of course he aims at Tomi immediately.
Oh boy.
He should be alive through this, but just barely. Okay, he's still alive, just don't hit him again. Have to perfect guard this because otherwise he does a downed attack. And now, sir, can you go? No. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, he's not cooperating. I need that ad to get closer to. Oh, and they got the heal.
Wow.
Okay, this is not great. I'm probably going to have to use a heal on Ichi. Yes, I have to use a heal. I have to make everyone a nice little meal so that we survive. All right, hopefully we can now just close the... Okay, finally they're nearby each other. They'll be that way for 2 turns in a row. So we can... and I slipped up my menu. Oh, okay, this is frustrating. All right, so now hopefully in this final turn of Yamai's, he will not do any attacks. He typically does a debuff and then gets a counter attack ready. But this is not good. I really don't like that ad is still alive. Okay, here's his debuff. He shouldn't do an attack. Yep, here's his counter attack stance. So now hopefully I can finish him off before he has any other turns. Sir, can you... Oh, thank goodness. Please be enough damage to finish off a guarding guy. Okay. We're going to have to modified flashbang. Do I have another...
Oh, the para?
Nitrogen? I do. Okay, this should be the fight. Whew. And I don't trust that the cold will finish. Okay, that was a lot scarier than it needed to be. But we're out of there. And, oh, well, I didn't get to show off the move I want to show off, so I'm going to have to do that, even if it's not necessary in the fight at the end of this chapter, because we're not quite done yet. Because now we've rescued Kiryu from Yamai, but Kiryu's not doing so great. We found out earlier that Kiryu's actually been suffering from cancer, and it's not recovering, and his doctor is just like, you're doing what while you have cancer? Going around fighting and being near explosions and stuff. Bad idea. But yeah, Kiryu's not doing so great, so he's getting sent back to Japan with Nanba, our nurse. So now it's just Ichi, Tomi, Chitose, and Adachi in Japan. And before we finish this set piece, we can now have all the money so we can unlock a new job ability. So while we do some yoga on the shore, Nicole, if you got anything to read, let's hear it.
Absolutely. I have a $10 donation from On. There is no comment, but On, thank you very much for your donation. And a $50 donation from Raidergate that says, it's been amazing. Thank you. It super has. Also, as a reminder, I keep seeing the little image for Dragon Roast Coffee, and it makes me really excited because I like coffee. Dragon Roast Coffee is a small, passionate team of coffee roasters that are dedicated to making coffee for gamers and the gaming community. Visit their website at www.dragonroast.coffee and enter the promo code RPGLB25 at checkout for 10% off your order. In addition to their coffee, you can also purchase an exclusive dual-insulated RPG Limit Break tumbler available only for this event. And the best part is that for all purchases made using the promo code, Dragon Roast will donate a portion of the proceeds to Nami. So, what are you waiting for? Get out there and fuel your adventure with Dragon Roast Coffee today. They have so many good flavors, and I'm so excited about it. So, definitely check them out.
Yes, I did order a few myself.
Yeah, I was looking at the list of them. I was like, I don't remember which one Tom ordered, but I want to order the other.
I think I got the bundle of 3, so anything that wasn't in that bundle.
Oh, okay. Well, you're going to get surprised with some more coffee.
And now with the yoga on the shore, we have unlocked the Kunoichi job class. That is by far the most powerful job class of this speedrun. It not only has great damage capability, insanely fast, but also has many very useful utility skills. But now it turns out that Polycon is not all it's cracked up to be. It turns out they're a little bit of a cult, and they've kind of invaded all the mafias in the area. So now we're going to hopefully land a bunch of these flashbangs to take down the little ads. Because these guys have a lot of HP. These Polycon Wars have about like 2,000. So let's do a regular rocket launcher on... they're not greatly grouped up. But when enemies have way too much HP, we do have a solution for that, and that's to arrest them. Okay, I think I'm just gonna use this last grenade to take it out on this guy. And I'm gonna use the special skill that I didn't get to use earlier on this guy. We're bringing in the fish! Oh, it wasn't even enough to finish him off. Dang it. That's okay. We get to see another neat one from Tomi as well that I actually almost never use in the run, but it is a great skill. We're going to do a little fusey doozy. Launch that guy into the wall. And after this guy's turn, we just get him arrested. And we are out. Officially out of the early game. Because now is when it, like you already saw during that set piece, our thrown items are just not enough to cut it anymore. We need stronger stuff, and that stronger stuff is only going to come from our characters' abilities themselves and better equipment. And now we get sent back to an entire separate party now. We are splitting up the entire game across Hawaii and Japan. So now our Japan team is going to be led by Kiryu. And yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. I think we probably got about like 15 or 20 minutes before we end up closing the... Oh, we already got the cutscenes. But before we close the Japan choice, or the Japan outfit choice. So what is the current status of that?
Currently, there's a tie.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yakuza Legend and Onomichio are tied.
Oh my
Even.
gosh.
50-50, yeah. Completely even.
So you have great sway on if you want either of those options, or if you want to be extra special and get an entire third option and snipe them both. Now, ideally, I would have a grenade for this fight. But instead, we are just going to... can I get 3? No. So a grenade is more ideal for this fight so that we can just quickly take down these 2 other ads. But now we're just going to have to deal with it. I should hopefully be able to finish off the one that's nearby with a Essence of Pistol. I need them to get up first, though. Nice crit. That's going to... I'm surprised that hit.
Same.
Oh, I don't even have enough MP? Oh, that's right. I have ankle weights equipped. I forgot about that. That's a little nuance that I haven't run into yet with my current strats. The ankle weights, they're XP increasing gear, but they also do reduce your MP by 40%. So normally I would have enough MP for 2 skills from Sonhee there, but I did not. But yeah, TJ, if you'd like to explain all the various stuff that we're going to be doing in Japan, because we're going to be running all over the place.
Oh, yeah. So we haven't been back in Japan since, like, beginning of Chapter 2, right? It's been a long time. And although not much has changed in Japan in that time, at least as far as we're concerned, we do have a lot of stuff open to us now that we just couldn't access earlier. And the majority of that stuff is going to be stuff like safes, which have pretty good gear. Like, up to this point, we've been running 1-star through 3-star gear. And the only times we've gotten 3-star gear was when it was either literally given to us or it came pre-equipped to characters like Nanba and Adachi when they joined. So being able to upgrade all of our gear across the board up to 4 and 5-star is going to give us a massive defense boost, which is going to be very needed going forward. Maybe not in this chapter, maybe not in the next chapter, but from there on, yeah, we're going to need it real badly. Along with that, the first time we went through here with Ichiban, Adachi, and Nanba, we couldn't actually do any of these bond bingos. If you recall, bingo was actually in Chapter 4, which, well, obviously we were in Hawaii by then. So now that we're finally back in Japan, and now that Kiryu is the leader of the party here, we can go ahead and do all the bond bingos that we need to, mainly for Nanba, I believe, just to go and make sure that he hits the specified bond level. I'm not sure if Tom goes to 20 or 30 for Nanba, though.
I go to 20, but he will reach 30 by the end game.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, 20 definitely necessary on Nanba. You need a certain bond level in order to be able to swap jobs to what we want to swap Nanba to. There's a very good reason that we go around and get this bond.
That reason is that weapon we just grabbed. The Prestige.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that Prestige is a 5-star host weapon, and its special effect is that you get to increase your damage dealt based on how drunk you are. So if you recall earlier, Tom went and bought 30 cans of beer, various beers, and those cans of beer, each one of them, along with restoring a certain amount of MP, it's either like 50 or 70, it also gives us +1 drunk debuff status. We can have +1, +2, or +3, though +3 means we likely lose control of our character, so we don't want to go that far. So we will be taking advantage of +1 and +2 drunk on top of the Prestige special effect to deal a ton of extra damage with Nanba as host, and one other party member as host in the Hawaii side party, but I won't spoil that just yet for you. There's going to be some other stuff that we do here as well. But frankly, I don't quite recall the order that Tom does it in. We will be fighting some keepers here, and well, there's another little special section later on, but it doesn't last too long. Oh, hey, this song.
Oh, hey, this song. We'll hear that in full at the end of this run, thanks to all your generous donations.
Was there anything else that I needed to explain about here? Like, a lot of this is just that, and shops, I guess.
Yeah, shop's getting a bunch of stuff for the late game. Like I stopped by a Popo to get some gifts for a party member later, for bond points, get the various healing items and stuff. Restocking here, all of our grenades. They still have their uses. They're starting to wane, but we'll still have great use for them. And then also getting a bunch of agility gear. Very, very important agility gear. The military insoles, like our best agility increasing shoes right now are 10 agility, and our best accessory was the value pack insoles at 5 agility. Not really that much. Those military insoles are 20 agility. Incredible agility increases. And we're going to be getting 3 of those in this chapter, as well as a transcendent insole that is 30 agility. So we are going to very easily be able to outspeed enemies even when we are underleveled. On top of, we are going to be very easily able to control our turn order with our party members. So pretty much we're going to have some very, very consistent and fast fights coming up.
For sure.
Story-wise, while we were gone, the Seiryu clan's been kind of expanding. And they said it was just like, yeah, we don't want to be like the other Yakuza. We're trying to, like, just be the good sides of the Yakuza. And then they went and bought the old Tojo clan HQ. That's not mysterious at all or concerning. And yeah, they might be up to nothing good. And this is probably... Yeah, this is probably another good spot, Nicole, if there's anything you want to read, because we're probably going to get into lots of menuing and stuff and fights soon.
Sure. Tian donates $10. There's no comment, but thank you so much. Also, we are now at 67,434 raised, which is a phenomenal amount. Our Japan costumes are still tied 50-50 between Ono Michio and Yakuza Legend. And our Hawaii costumes, we have Robo Michio in the lead. So if you have a preference or you want to see a mysterious third one come in from behind, feel free to include that in your donation as one of the incentives. We also have a $25 donation from an anonymous donor. Thank you so much for your donation. No comment was left, but we appreciate it so very much.
That we do. Oh, I forgot that you don't cutscene skip this. You just wait.
Yeah, it's strange. There's like a handful of cutscenes that you can't skip for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's very odd, and not too many optional memoirs that we want to do for Kiryu. This one mostly just for 50 soul, and it's just in case for literally just the final boss. Because the final boss is very nasty, and if we get enough soul, Kiryu's brawler stance, his base stance, will be able to counterattack on perfect guards. And counterattacking will interrupt combo attacks. So it may just save our butt in the final boss. But these drunkards are annoying the people, annoying one of Kiryu's previous orphans that he was taking care of at the orphanage. Kiryu's not exactly supposed to be saying hi to anyone he knows. He's supposed to be dead, but he doesn't do a good job hiding it, if I'm going to be honest. Kind of just goes around causing ruckus everywhere. Yeah, so Date got a hold of us for that, and now we got a mysterious call from Chinatown. I wonder who it could be. Might be Zhao. Zhao's been hanging out in Chinatown. I think he owns a restaurant over here. So we make our way over there. Again, we're picking up a bunch of bond points for Nanba along the way. Here's another party chat. Yeah, really, like it's gotta be Zhao. He's like the only one in Chinatown we know.
It would be cool to see Zhao in the game.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Could be really useful.
Yeah, he could be insanely useful. We could use a 5th party member. Who put the super boss here? That's a problem.
That doesn't.
Me.
Yeah, that's not
I
Zhao.
can't believe you do this,
I did
Nicole.
it.
Ended the run. How could you?
Intentionally, maliciously.
But yeah, the game forces us to take a loss there, and we even gave Kiryu a different XP gear to reduce his HP, so he beat us faster. And now we just kind of punched the crap out of him with the Dragon's Resurgence. Kiryu's kind of special tag team ability that he has that kind of changes the gameplay into the brawler style gameplay that the majority of the other Yakuza games are. It's a nice little callback to there. Speaking of more agility, this is a reflex booster for 5 permanent agility I will put on later. And we don't need a ton of extra XP for everything that goes along in the Hawaii side, but we need a ton of extra XP for the Japan side. It is like not even close. We need so much extra XP. And this meal provides a... I'm going to have to do another order because I accidentally didn't grab one of the wines. That's all right, but these meals give us. I'm just gonna do this one. Normally, you do all but one of them, and it gets you all 3 meals right there. But I accidentally dropped one, so that's 3 XP meals that we're gonna do for some high XP fights coming up soon. Namba's not quite bond level 20. But we got another party chat there. We get a good piece of equipment here. And then here comes 10 more bond points for Nanba. And we'll wait right here for the last bit. And now, Nicole, what is our outfits for Japan?
For Japan, winning is Yakuza Legend.
Oh, we got the Yakuza Legend.
Last like minute.
That's
Wow.
incredible. Thank you very much, that generous person. Okay, Kiryu, I have on Dragon of... Wait, not Dragon of Dojima. That's him. He's going to be Goda. Nanba, he changes to Host, and I need to change him to Goro Majima. Sonhee gets to be Kunoichi, and she gets to be Hamako. And Saiko temporarily will be Idol, and she will be Kaoru. And then before we progress, Sonhee does need an inherited skill. And then let me do a quick menu, and then we can explain some of that stuff. Kiryu doesn't optimize. Removes. Needs a bit of speed. Nanba. You get the Yakuza training, no speed, and in fact, Saiko is going to steal Nanba's shoes, get the money helmet on, optimize, and get extra drops. And then we progress. So, a neat thing that they've added into this game is that you can inherit skills from one job to another. We only have and the amount increases based on how much bond you have with party members. So the most we're typically going to get is 1 slot with our party members, but the skills that we are able to inherit onto different job classes are so very powerful that they kind of are 100% necessary. So now we're going to do a few crown fights because there are a lot of XP and we have the XP meal for it. We are going to make this guy who's already weak to fire, make him more weak to fire. He's very fast, so he gets 1 turn. But now we have some cutscenes to watch because we can also summon on this side. And now this windy musician that we picked up all that ways ago finally We get to use him 4 chapters later. We're going to be using him a lot. We're not going to watch this every time because he's one of the longest animations, but it's amazing. This does damage to the enemy somehow. It even hurts his production staff. He should really calm that down a little bit. It's a little too hard.
Once again, I ask, what is this game?
It's Yakuza!
It's Yakuza!
But yeah, that does 1,000 damage to every enemy no matter where they are on the screen. It is a massive increase, but it is at the expense of $5,000 or 500,000 yen for a single use. We obviously didn't have that much money to handle that. But now if you see from that fight, this chapter is where the game just starts throwing money at us. That fight gave us 1.3 million yen. So now many of these fights that we're going to be doing are money positive, even though we use 5,000 of that money to use a summon. So summons are going to be in our repertoire for the rest of the run because it's just, we don't have to worry about where the enemies are. We don't have to try and line anything up. It's just use the summon and they perish. And also because summons are in fact skippable, so it's extremely fast animation as well. This Sturmworm does a specific move every single time if he doesn't take enough damage, and then we defeat him before he gets to do anything with it. Because he's weak to fire, we made him more weak to fire, and stand up. Thank you. Goodbye. So yeah, these fights are giving like 30,000 XP before any additional XP increases. It's a vast improvement from any other fights we've been doing so far. And I'm doing it right now because I was able to get Kunoichi earlier than we had previously routed. We previously got Kunoichi unlocked in Chapter 9 when it was a bit more easier money-wise, but now that we have it sooner, that means we can start charging up and getting at job levels early. Now you have a mascot to fight who is weak to ice. Unfortunately, with summons, it does not stack the elemental debuff that we apply. So it's still only going to do the weakness, the innate weakness, which is unfortunate, but it still does a lot of damage. And this fight is just throw liquid nitrogens until we win. We could have Namba use one of his abilities because he has that prestige equipped, but it really doesn't speed anything up. So we just throw liquid nitrogens until he is down. And now with that massive boost in XP, we're actually going to make our way over to Kamurocho.
Would you say we're making our way downtown?
Moving fast, faces past.
And we're homebound? Perfect, thank
you. But now that we are in Kamurocho, Kamurocho has a very fast option for agility meals. This gets us 3, and it's a tier 2 agility increase, so it is a substantial increase. And now we're going to do some memoirs while we're here, like reminiscing on Kiryu's past adventures. And some of them give us some very, very important rewards and a lot of money. We've already gotten a lot of money from those keepers, but these next 3 that we're going to be doing is it's going to get us like 15 million yen or something. Like an insane amount of money. And this first one that we're doing is Pocket Circuit. And before we progress any further with it, we make our way over to this safe for yet another military insult. So we will be very handily being able to control our agility, but we don't need it quite yet. Don't need to menu it on immediately. Also, I love this. This is the OG Yakuza 1 battle music. during these memoir fights. And neither of these guys are guarding, which is perfectly fine by me. That means I can pick whichever target I want with this Essence of Pistol. Do gotta wait for them to get up, though. Also, if you didn't know, it's this guy's birthday. Can you wish him happy birthday?
Happy birthday!
Thank you. And with that, we get a Transcendent Insole and a lot of money. Need to do a little equip here. Kiryu no longer fast, and Nanba needs to be very fast. Over to Taihei Boulevard, and now we're going to do a little safety save before going into the next fight, because I'm going to be stealing money from the enemy in here, and he has a lot of money in his pockets, but it is not a 100% guarantee. It is unfortunately like an 80% guarantee. In the past couple times I've done this, I've failed twice in a row, because it's just my luck. Let's hopefully not have that happen today.
Yeah, good luck.
So coffee, and it's Mr. Kawaii here that has all the extra money in his pockets. Cough it up. Beautiful. 3.75 million yen in that guy's pockets, and then we just summon our worries away. And this is where we could fight Komaki. That would be a terrible idea. Because Komaki's fight is a one-on-one against Kiryu, and yeah, we don't have the skills to beat him. He would kick our butt. Get another couple things here, getting some muscle sodas. We got a bunch of various buff items from the vending machines, some agility increasers, magic and attack up ones as well. This is our last restock of the regular modified grenades. We will never get any more modified grenades for the rest of the run. Gets battle boots, which is like a 6-star gear, like one of the best bits of armor in the game, and it also gives like 20 attack increase. It is so very much. And now one last memoir before we press on to the end of this chapter, because we could have gone to the end of this chapter already, but Japan needs a lot of setup, and a lot of the setup is also working in favor of our Hawaii team. So we're going to go say hi to Munan Suzuki, and again we're going to safety save beforehand in case our steal fails. Same fight as before, but I need to be careful with my menus. Coffee is not at the bottom anymore. I need to be careful of that. Golden Finger, the guy with the jacket. You, Mr. Hashimoto, please give me your money. Beautiful. We don't have to reset.
Nice.
And because we got the extra, XP from the keeper fights, we actually outspeed them very consistently. Before, when I used to do this fight, I would max out Kiryu's XP, and he would sometimes outspeed them because he was 2 levels lower. And again, that level difference between their level and ours is what determines that first turn kind of debuff to our agility. So now, instead of being 10 levels below, we're 8 levels below, and it's significantly more manageable. What are you guys doing? Don't get in the middle of the street. All right, we're going to head up the back way here for some power increasing accessories. Get a super power ring for a 20 extra attack when we need it. And we're going to make our way to this shop for a silver bracelet for 20 more magic, as we'll be using both magic and physical attackers. One more pawn shop before we progress, going back to that first one where we got baseballs. They've expanded their inventory quite a bit. They have basically all of the status effects grenades, so we are going to grab all the ones we need for the remainder of the run. Intox, hallucination, fulminous, smoke. Get some gear that we don't really need. And then for faster menuing, I'm going to sell some accessories. Nope, not those military insoles. We definitely need those. All right, and with that, we're done with pretty much all of that stuff. Before we go on, though, Street Surfer needs a full charge. And we can finally progress to the end of this chapter. This is a long and winding chapter and a ton of setup for the future, but this chapter has setup for Japan and Hawaii. The next chapter has the remainder of the setup for Hawaii, and then a little bit more in chapter 10 for setup in Japan. But then from then on, it's almost all just main story, main story, main story. And before we finish off this chapter, we are going to restock our coffees, make our way over to this shop and get a very important piece of gear for Kiryu. Yes, in fact, Kiryu gets to wear kitty ear headband.
Oh my god, finally.
And it is actually critical for the speedrun that he does. It gives 10 more
This
MP.
is the best game. 10
So,
out of 10.
so when are you playing a Yakuza game, Nicole?
Tomorrow. Immediately, right now. I'm actually leaving to go play.
Oh.
Sorry about it.
Wow, you abandoned me. We got rid of the first half of these, and these guys conveniently don't move too fast, so we just get a rocket launcher. Oh, and this guy guarded, so it's also his birthday. And that is the end of chapter 8, finally, after all this time. So, we probably got a little bit of a break before we get to anything major. So, Nicole, if you got anything to read.
That's me.
That's you?
I've got things to read.
You,
Oh my
the
gosh.
soon-to-be Yakuza player.
Yeah. The games are absolutely wild. I have a $40 donation from Geary. They do not leave a comment, but thank you so very much. And also, you might have noticed us talking about incentives and prizes, and this means that via your generous donations, you get to potentially name characters, make our runners complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, such as singing Baka Mitai, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win numerous prizes donated by community members. Remember that 100% of your donations go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2025 tracker, which, speaking of, we have raised now $67,459 thanks to all of your generosity and generous donations. So thank you so much for that.
So that was an odd occurrence. Normally you never make it past that enemy and they engage you right away. But like, if the enemy is spawned in, it like has just a line in the ground where if you enter it, you just start the fight anyway. But yeah, you normally never get that far. You just, they initiate the fight right away. So that was really weird. Buy some toy knives for later, and we got a big menu here. Ichi, optimize, you get tactical boots, and here's military insoles, and the transcendent. Money and happy lay. Tomi, you get silver bracelet and military, and you get the Lolita shoes because it gives more magic. Adachi, you get some speed with the wind sneakers. You get money. And you also get some military insoles. And most importantly, Sonhee needs to equip one of the hero's knives. So now we are getting set up for actually another glitch. We haven't had any glitches since chapter 1 with Shogi that we've made use of. But now comes like a very critical for my route because it took a long time to figure out how exactly best we wanted to use it. But we're going to be having the ability to equip weapons from any job class to any other job class, basically. It has a ton of asterisks that makes it work, but we can make our kunoichis, our very like super fast allies, we can make them have some of the strongest equipment in the game. And so now, as we're progressing the story, things aren't going so great in Japan. All of Polycana basically is found out to be a cult, and Polycana has had a hand in every single gang and mafia in Hawaii. So all the gangs Hawaii has are now chasing after us simultaneously all across Hawaii, and we want to do our best to avoid any fights. Some of these fights have like dang near infinite sight lines, and they will trigger a fight from 100 yards away, but we're doing our best to break their lines of sight when we can so that that doesn't happen. And we now have enough money that all these like riffraff fights, all these little ones, that we can just summon away instantly. Which is good, because if we had to work with thrown items at this point in the run, so many of these fights have enemies that are split up on each side of the party. It would just be a really rough time. But with summons, it just wipes them out. And it's not the solution to every single problem we have. It is the solution for like all of our weak enemy fights. But when we get to the late game and any bosses, all those bosses have basically have all custom unique fights to them. They all have different strategies depending on their specific needs and our skill sets at the time. This fight is a pain in the butt to get past. Let's hope these stairs don't eat my momentum. Okay. Those stairs do just chew up all of your momentum, but we got through it, so now we should hopefully be in the clear to make it all the way to the other end of Hawaii.
Yeah, so those stairs, if you hit them straight on, you will not make it up them. If you go at them at just a little bit of an angle, or, like a 45-degree angle, you should make it up the stairs every time. But it can be really, really difficult to line that up when the guys who are right there guarding the stairs can just double back on your position immediately.
Yeah, they will run faster, like 2 times as fast as your street surfer. They have insane speed. Luckily, we're out of there. And now we get another little cutscene to watch. I'll play this first one. It's not very long because what we're supposed to be getting is the ultimate tag team, where Kiryu uses every party member's tag team. We only have Tomies at the moment, so this is going to look pretty epic, and it's going to do almost no damage. Walk away from the explosion for just 220 damage.
Yeah.
And we'll do most of the chunk of damage. He gives a good amount of money, so we're just going to take a little coffee break and then just throw some flashbangs till victory. And now that we're finally done with this chase sequence, we are going to do all the rest of the setup for our Hawaii team. Which is going to start with a cabaret section. So it's a very minor, like, adult content warning. Like, it's the tamest cabaret you could possibly imagine. But if you don't want to watch that kind of thing, then you can come back in about a minute. It's just 1 minute, but it is one of the fastest ways for us to get bond points.
Aloha!
Okay. I always hit circle too many times. So we're going to hire our host. My controller is doing lots of extra inputs. And hopefully, we'll get some of their little boosts. And we didn't get any. Okay, so we're at plus 40. I need a plus 100. And then I have backup. I have backup strats for that low. Ideally, we want at least... Ideally, we want at least 140, or at best is 180. We don't have to do any backups. Okay, we got 100, or we got 140 total. So my backup will be more than enough.
See you next time.
Yeah, now we are done with the cabaret. That's all we had to do, but that is 140 bond points for Tomi and Adachi, which is what we need, and I'll just have to do a backup later. We need to cure the drunk status effect from 2 party members, and go to West Aloha Beach. We're going to be getting even more Tomi stuff, and then we're going to be doing a keeper fight that gives us the fairy lay, an even better increased drop rate of stuff from fights. And oh, I did not play safer on that sand dune, but I really should.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
I forgot that that one was there. Those sand dunes are sometimes enemies, and they have almost no warning. So if you
Yeah,
go a
by
bit,
the
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, by the time that you see the marker that shows that, hey, this is an enemy, it's probably too late.
Yeah, it is just a very well laid trap. But because we're so strong and we have a summon against this keeper, it is very fast. We just use a flashbang to get him back on his feet, and then a modified rocket, and we're done. Gets us that fairy lay. Now we need to finish up our bond as well as getting some additional style. We're not quite done with our style yet. We're most of the way there. We got a lot of like excess weak equipment because if you get enough of each of the armor types, you get extra style. This also gives an additional style. Eating enough times or eating out at different locations enough time also gets an additional style. And this is my backup if I don't end up getting 180 bond from the cabaret. That's all we have to do is head on over into this ABC store. Oh, Cheeto Buster Holmes, I don't need to chat with you now. That's all we got to do is make our way over to here. Get this bond conversation with Tomi. That gets 2 additional bond bingos, and that makes up for all the lack of bond. Oh, wrong. Wrong fast travel. That's all right. We have...
It's pretty easy to go to the wrong place.
Yeah, it's very easy. Like early on, that could potentially be dangerous because we are very tight on money. But at this point, the $10 extra is basically negligent. So any failed fast travel is just a little bit of extra time. But now we are unlocking the tag teams for Chitose and Adachi because we do want to have a powerful ultimate tag team eventually. As well as we're picking up options for Adachi and Tomi that are going to get us our last bit of style. Chitose's options don't matter. So we just pick the first ones. And before we go towards the final one, we need to talk to the bartender and get a mixed fruit cup. This is our best healing item that we're going to get, and we get 1. It's very rough. Let me choose option 2 for Tomi for the last little bits of style.
So the fruit cup there, it's an extremely powerful item, and it would be really nice if we could get multiple of it. But because we don't, we have to just kind of ration it and figure out the best spot to use it. Usually it is the final boss, go figure. But what makes it so good is that it is a board-wide heal on your party, so all of your allies, just 400 HP immediately. Most other heals in the game require all of your allies to be within a certain area, and if they're not, they don't receive the heal. So the fact that you can, not have to worry about the healing AoE, and also just use it with any character, not just a character that has a healing skill, makes it very, very powerful.
That it does. And Nicole, what do we have for our Hawaii outfits? I'm sorry I didn't give enough warning, but we are.
Oh my gosh. We have Robomichio.
Amazing. So you get blessed with this hat on every
Wonderful.
single character.
Yippee!
I hope you're happy with yourself. It's going to make knowing which ally is which ally kind of difficult.
Phenomenal.
But yeah, so we've changed all of our job classes to basically our final job classes for all of Hawaii. Ichi is on Breaker, a returning class from the previous game. That is extremely fast, and that's pretty much the main reason we want it, is because it is so very fast. Tomi is on Host, because Host is our highest damaging magic skill, or our magic class. Gonna do a safety save here, just in case my wrong equip fails. Chitose is on Kunoichi because it's fast and it's very good, and Adachi gets to cook on the chef. So material exchange, I gotta make sure So the thing that makes the wrong equip work is this weapon is equipped onto Sonhee. You're normally not supposed to be able to unequip it or material exchange it. If it's not in the active party, you can. So that kind of makes like a glitched weapon slot, basically. And that weapon slot will be filled up by whatever thing we grab next, basically. There's a lot of asterisks involved, but that's the main gist of it. So after we are done with this and getting another facility upgrade, we make our way over and we are going to be buying the Inferno Knuckles, a 6-star weapon that does 30% additional damage at the expense of 200 less HP. So it is a dangerous item, but it is so very strong. We got another menu here. We got ankle weights and Yakuza training gear. Chitose, you get the Fairy Lay. Tomi, you make sure to equip the Prestige. Adachi, you get extra speed. And Sonhee has the Inferno Knuckles equipped when she is not supposed to. So we got that glitch all set up. And now Sonhee is ready to do an extreme amount of damage for our Japan team. Yeah, the first half of this, we're teaming up with Yamai. He's finally on our side. We fought him 4 times. He's finally our friend. But this first phase is pretty simple, and we just kind of wait for Yamai to do his turn. So, Nicole, if you want to read something off, you got like 45 seconds or so.
Oh my gosh, I would love to. RPG Limit Break has their own merchandise store. From hoodies to coffee mugs to even fanny packs, you're sure to find your new favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part is, all proceeds from our merchandise sales go directly towards funding RPG LB, so we can continue to bring you these awesome live events every year. To visit our online store, please visit www.store.rpglimitbreak.com.
Oh, that head's amazing. You can keep going for a bit.
That is amazing.
Nicole.
What was that?
You can keep going for like a couple more.
Oh, yeah. Of course, an anonymous donor has sent in $25. Thank you so much, anonymous donor. I really appreciate it. And also, I have $25 from The RPG Show. Great runs from everyone this year. Thank you, RPG Limit Break and Nami, for all your work. Can't wait for the Chrono Trigger finale from the guys at The RPG Show. Thank you so much for that donation.
I thought those were good good rockets, and then there's so many that are still live. Okay, that's gonna really throw off my battery storm.
Yeah, that guy was just moving.
Okay, Yamai should hopefully be able to finish these 2 off. They are pretty weak. And that guy dropped his own defense. Makes it easy for Yamai to finish. Yeah, Yamai will take care of this job. Good job, Yamai. Can't wait for Yamai to be our 5th party member in Hawaii. Well, we made him angry. He's not our party member anymore. He's another boss fight. Oh, if we hadn't had enough of Yamai yet. This is actually the last time we have to fight him. But now he has like, I forget how much he has. He has like 8,000 HP. It is a lot. But now we have an upgraded Prestige and a host Tomi, and you're going to see how the buff stacking is going to be working here. So we start with a Muscle Soda onto Tomi. Get him nice and strong. Take care of all the riffraff with a summon. Amplify our ice damage. And Tomi's looking a little parched. So we're going to give him a drink if the targeting system will allow. And then Yamai could use a little bath. All those things stacked together for 2,000 damage from Tomizawa. the buff stacking gets pretty insane. And we may not have even seen the extent of it for this fight. These scenes with staring at Ichi's face and he's got the, the head on. Oh my god.
Beautiful. Flawless.
Flawless. Alright, now Yamai gets to do a couple attacks here. We have, because of all the armor we got, we're not, from the previous chapter, we're in no real danger. I'm just going to guard so that I can quickly do this. Kiwami drank for Chitose. She needs some more job points. Modified liquid nitrogen onto Yamai for some little bit of extra damage. Coffee so that we can get more money. And Tomizawa, when you break guard with a guard breaking skill, it does more damage. 2,900 damage from Tomizawa. Oh, it's gorgeous, the amount of buff stacking that we can do in this. With that, we just have a little bit of running around in this chapter before we close it out. We finally learned, Yamai was able to track down some information on where Ichi's mom is. And this tattoo artist is the one who knows. She asks for some money, so we give her some money. And then she's going to tell us where she is tomorrow. And it turns out that they've been keeping her safe in the one place that basically no one would look in Hawaii, which is out in the middle of the ocean. She's just been on a boat this whole time, just living a cruise lifestyle. So now we're finally going to be able to meet up with her after more than 3 hours into the run.
So, Tom, you asked me when I was going to play this game, and I said now. You know, I'm just going to leave, actually. But
Wow.
you're
leaving.
I think it's time.
Leaving to play Yakuza, right?
I think it's time to leave to play Yakuza. But I am going to leave you in the incredibly capable hands of a tea tree, who is going to be your host for the rest of this run. So good luck with the rest of the run. A tea tree, thank you so much for being here. I know you are going to do absolutely amazing, and have fun. Did you just shoot me?
No, I shoot the enemies. No, no.
Divorce.
I can't believe this.
Anyways, good luck. A tea
Thank
tree,
you
welcome.
for hosting, Nicole. Love you.
RPG Limit
Even
Break,
if we're
thank
getting
you
a
for
divorce
having me.
later.
Yeah, I love you too, I guess. We'll get a divorce later. Bye.
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 Also, hi, Tea Tree.
Hey there. I had a punchy intro ready and everything, but I feel like I've interrupted something now. I was going to say something about, if you were ready to phone a friend, and I'm here for you. But now I feel like I might be a nuisance.
No, you know what? I think I might need a friend after
Fair.
the divorce.
That's very fair. But yeah, we're here for the second half of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth on RPG Limit Break, continuing to raise money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Thank you so much for being here with us whenever and wherever the sound of my voice reaches you in the world. We're just going to keep on having a fun time. We've got lots of things open that you are able to put money towards, including naming the hero in Soul Blazer, a variety of Pokemon Let's Go incentives, and honestly, more than I could name here. Like the next time you sent it over to me, I could just be, all right, and here's a cool thing you could do. And so on and so forth.
Honestly, might as well do that right now if you're up for it, because we're going to be doing just a lot of running around for the first bit of this chapter.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, the leading name for the hero in Soul Blazer is Everhate, although Larpus is also on the board, as they always should be. They are the third member of our party, right behind you there, with TJ being the remote party member. Our starting character is currently looking to be Stray the Bear in another upcoming run. And we have the incentive open to Battle Green at the end of Let's Go Pikachu Eevee. So that is just getting underway. If that is something you are interested in, and I know many of you out there are, they are people will eat up Pokemon with a spoon and a fork. So if that's something you're interested in, you can absolutely get your donations in towards that and know that you're helping the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So what's Kiryu up to?
Kira's having chats with Nanba and Sayako, or unlocking their take team capabilities, because Nanba has a very powerful fire damage take team, and Sayako has a full team heal and status heal for her tag team. That is very, very handy for a couple boss fights. And in the meantime, we've unlocked Zhao. Zhao, our best buddy. Just the most critical member to this entire speedrun.
Just like he was in the last game, right?
Yeah, just like he was in the last game. Yeah, Zhao kind of gets the wrong end of everything for the speedrun, because yet again, we don't use him. Unfortunately, he just does not have that certain je ne sais quoi that we're looking for.
Don't you mean Zhao ne sais quoi?
Oh my goodness. You enter into this, just... Your pun made me get into this fight. I hope you're happy.
I am. It's more RPG Limit Break.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have to do the first floor of a Hawaii version of the Hawaiian Hunts, and this is even a dead end. I can't believe this. Yeah, we just have to find the exit as soon as possible. We only have to do the first floor here. We can just exit as soon as we find it. But again, it's completely random. Oh my! Oh, these fights are in really awkward positions. These boards need to get out of my way. Okay, that looks like a long path, but it might not be the end. It's over here. It's not over here. Okay, I should probably just be able to skirt by here. Here's the exit. There we go. Exit the dungeon. I have accidentally just gone to the next floor, and you have to find that exit too.
If you'd done that, I would have been like, and welcome to part 37 of our Let's Play for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Only 37? I suppose we're not quite at the end game. Yeah, this game is like 60 hours or something casually.
If you do it right,
Very
yeah,
long.
absolutely.
Let's get muscle boosters onto Sonhee, reflex onto Kiryu, and a level booster that we got in Chapter 1 onto Kiryu. That is going to be critical for the little grind section that we're going to be doing here. So I need to get all of the right gear onto all the party members. Silver bracelet and ankle weights. Sonhee gets an optimize, gets all the speed imaginable. Zhao, unfortunately, is just going to be the one who carries our money-increasing gear. And Fairy Lay, and steals a Dachi's when sneakers. And sorry, Zhao. Goodbye, sir. I wish we could finally find a use case for you in the speedrun, but eventually we'll have all of our female party members on the Kunoichi job class, and it's just too useful. There's just no world that we can possibly get rid of one of our Kunoichis. And Nanba is our main damage dealer for magic, so Zhao just does not have what we need. And now we get into a little bit of a grind section. So there's just a few things that we want to get out of here. Wow. I'm going to have to check Sonhee's agility, because she at this point should not be outsped. Because I put that level booster onto Kiryu, Sonhee should be outspeeding everyone. I do have... Yeah, she has all of her speed. That's just the first time I've ever seen her get outsped by anyone. Like, normally she could possibly be outsped by, and I'm not taking that because it's only 2 enemies. It is not worth the investment. but now I can't even find any enemies. Great. But we're fighting in this area of the map because it has level 40 enemies that give a pretty good amount of XP and a pretty good amount of money, so we don't actually lose all that much money when we use summons to wipe them out instantly. But in addition, they do drop the best crafting item, or the best upgrade material in the game, the lustrous steels. And we got 2 from that fight. That's very good luck. So we are eventually going to be needing as many upgrade materials as we can get our hands on because we want our weapons to be as strong as possible. And there's like kind of thresholds that we need to meet. So doing these will help out immensely. And then recently with the changes that I've made to my route to be basically absolute bare minimum grind possible to an almost dangerous extent. Because with the way, yeah, you go for it, TJ.
Sure. I wanted to say there was a point in this game's history. I know that sounds a little ridiculous because the game's only a year and a bit old, but bear with me here. Where this game had a 40-minute grind section, and we needed the materials from that grind section. Mm-hmm. I went and cut that down in half originally, and then Tom's just been chipping away at it ever since. It's very impressive how much it's come down, but yeah, like Tom was saying, it's very dangerous now with how few opportunities we have to get these lustrous steel materials. Because every time you shrink the grind, right, you reduce the number of encounters. That means you're also reducing the number of possible chances you have to get those drops. So it's very, very scary in that regard.
That it is. And we're only going to be doing this grind until we defeat 31 enemies, and that's it. We used, like, as TJ was mentioning, I think, like, in a previous route of mine, I did, like, 60 enemies. And TJ does like somewhere in between there, and like my oldest route, I was here for like 30 minutes just defeating enemies. But now dropping it down to just 31, which is on average about 9 fights, is really impressive and also very dangerous because so if we get low on materials, it can be some rough fights. I've tested with some very extremely low material counts, and I've made it work, but it is not as pretty as if we just get a little bit lucky. Yeah, doing all this will end up getting us to job level 21 is my cutoff criteria. And also having more than 5.9 million yen, which the plutocrat rats also help a ton with that. Those are the enemies in the gold suits. And they drop like 1 million yen each, which we could bolster with coffee, but is usually just fine to just take them out immediately, because with the way I have so much money from all the stealing in Chapter 8 of those enemies that dropped 3.75 million yen each, we end up like we can lose money in this grind and still be perfectly fine. So we don't have to run into a certain amount of plutocrat rats for us to have a successful grind. And what we're hoping at now that Kiryu is level 35, we're hoping that we'll run into just the security guard fights, because the security guards are slow enough that Kiryu, even though he doesn't have like that much agility increasing gear on right now, that he could still even outspeed them. So I could just guard Sonhee instead of doing a substitution jutsu. There was also a very brief moment where we had Kiryu as a breaker, and he put all the speed onto Kiryu so he could just break dance all over the enemies. Which I believe is probably still a part of your route, TJ, but I'm not sure.
For the moment.
Kiryu is a very sprightly late 40s, early 50s.
That's how old you think he is? He's like almost 70. And he's just out here like a boss. just breakdancing with the best of them. All right, and that is job level 21, and that is already the grind over. But with cutting this amount of XP out, I do have to add in an extra keeper. That gets us a good amount of XP because we have 3 XP meals that we can get for this place, which I will do the correct purchase this time. No, we used to have basically a wasted or a potentially like wasted XP meal because we only used it for 2 fights out of 3. But now that we have another fight routed in, we can make good use of it. And this one ends up getting like, it's like 37,000 XP. Like it's a very good keeper, and we can do it pretty quick. We just kind of have to hope it goes well, though. This one can be a little bit finicky if the enemies decide to be a little squirrely and run away. Need to try and menu quick. Kiryu going fast is good here so that I can summon and keep these 2 enemies. These 2 enemies have a lot of HP, so I want to keep them close so that I can hopefully get them paralyzed next to each other. Okay, he still got hit, but he got paralyzed. That's good. Can you move closer to each other? Thank you very much. I'm not sure I'm going to get the lineup for Nanba. I won't. Oh, I should have done that to the Pharaoh.
Oh, you got him anyway.
That worked. Oh my gosh.
That was awesome.
That enemy rolled into it. That is supremely lucky.
That's what we in the fighting game business call a happy birthday.
All right, and with that, the grind is over. We need to change Saiko finally onto the Kunoichi. She needs to go back to Kaoru. Zhao, you aren't going to be seeing many fights, but you can put on Saijima's amazing jacket. 1 skill inherit that we got to do. Saiko needs the heal from Idol. Another quick menu, Transcendent, and dot. Add military insoles. Yakuza training and power. And Saiko needs some XP, some speed. And we are going to the end of this set piece. Now, with all that grinding out of the way, we're going to see just how potent Son Hee is with the wrong equip. We've saw a little like brief glimpse of it with that last one. She was like doing 900 damage without any buffs. She's going to be capable of so much more. And these are like the kind of fights that when I was first doing my route that I learned a lot from TJ. Using the liquid nitrogen for the extra status of them standing still longer. That was a very good find that TJ had.
Yeah, except now I use Essence of Hammer on them.
Yeah, I saw that, and I don't know, a part of me was just like, yeah, that kind of works, but I'm just like, but also the thrown items still kind of work. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Oh,
yeah, I don't...
Oh, Saiko's on the wrong outfit.
There's a right answer.
Yeah, there might not be a right answer for that one. But the hammer does like kind of like group them up so that the second grenade does a pretty good job of hitting them all. Otherwise, you kind of...
Yeah, for sure.
You kind of have to be dependent on the camera getting into focus earlier because the camera getting into focus is like when you can do your next move. And sometimes it just takes its sweet time.
Yeah, absolutely it does. I also just like seeing Kiryu swing a hammer.
Oh. Also good. And now this fight against Sawashiro, we're going to give agility increase to Son Hee. Get rid of Riff Raff. We're going to put Kiryu into Rush because it does increase his agility. Make menu, please just pick Son Hee. And by the way, Sawashiro is not weak to Son Hee right now. 2,400 damage, and that was not even hitting a weakness. The Shadow Clone Jutsu ability that Kunoichi has does more damage based on how many agility stacks you have on, and it scales very quickly. So like, even with 2 agility stacks instead of the full 3, it does substantially more than basically any other skill in this game. And now after this, which I purposefully fail because it ends up being a little bit faster, and Sawashiro actually doesn't really get to play in this fight. So after this, I have a little coffee break. Sonhee goes right back in for another Shadow Clone Jutsu, and now after the phase change, Sawashiro is weak to Sonhee. So 4,000 damage. And we still have a couple more agility. So another Shadow Clone, plus a little help from Nanba will usually do the trick. Didn't even need Nanba. That is the power of Kunoichi and Inferno Knuckles. Yeah, Sawashiro does unfortunately not even get to play the game. He doesn't even get an attack in. Do I have... Just making sure that outfits are correct. Okay, it is correct. It's just different in the level up screen. All right, and we're gonna do a different wrong equip this time. This one, it is honestly pure luck that it works. Again, wrong equip a thing or delete something that normally we should do. Oh, 16. That is really good. This is extremely good. I usually get like plus 17. This is a very good amount that I got from the grind. So we should be pretty safe for everything that we need for Kiryu. Just, and with that, before we head on back to Hawaii, restock our coffees. We're gonna do the wrong equip in a very different manner. We're gonna do it from the item box.
You always got to stay stocked up on your coffees. You never know when you're going to run into Tommy Lee Jones.
We unequip the dolphin bag and we take it back out, and now Chitose has a dolphin bag equipped on the Kunoichi job class. The item storage variant of the wrong equip. TJ could explain some of the nuances and the stuff that we just don't know.
Absolutely I could, but I could also just fail to because there's so much with it. Anyway, I will do my best to explain a bit while we have some downtime. So the item box is really weird. When you have null equip set up on a character that is in the inactive party, so like when you are in Japan and you have null equip on a Hawaii side character, withdrawing an item from the item box, withdrawing a weapon and or armor and or accessory from the item box will equip it into that character's weapon slot to replace that null equip. However, it gets a lot more convoluted when you start trying to place an item from the item box onto the active party's null equip slot. I don't really have a good way of explaining it because there is no like concrete way to nail down how exactly it'll work. So what we do instead, or what we can do instead, is go and buy upwards of 10 to 20 of a single weapon, and we just deposit all of them. You put those in the box, and then you withdraw all 10 to 20 of them. And you find out the index of which weapon gets wrong equipped into your active character's null equip slot. Then you reload the save, and then you withdraw that many -1, and then withdraw the actual weapon, armor, or accessory that you mean to wrong equip, and that'll put it in that slot. But it's very time consuming, and it's just super inconsistent as well.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, Dolphin Bag just works on the first try. I don't know why.
Right.
I would say, Tom, I was actually about to ask, Tom, did you follow all of that? Because there will be a quiz at the end of the round.
I know some of it.
Okay, that's good. That's a start.
C's get
Yeah,
degrees
so
in this case.
The reason the Dolphin Bag worked in that case is because Chitose was part of the inactive party. So it makes sense that it wrong equipped properly in that case there.
But yeah, the Dolphin Bag is one of the weapons that we got from one of the keepers that we did in Japan. And normally it would be a weapon for Sayako and we would never use it. But it's actually a pretty dang good piece of equipment. It's a very good 5-star weapon. And we're actually going to be using it for Chitose to be the major damage dealer for many fights in this chapter. And now pay attention to the back. Pay attention to Chitose. Something's a little wrong with the handbag. It's a little starchy. It's a little stiff for being leather. But yeah, the wrong equipped weapons do attach kind of just as a solid object, like a knife would in their place. So it's just a very stiff bag.
Yes,
Yeah,
the bag bones attached at the wrong point. Excellent.
Yeah, that's it. You can get some very interesting visual effects by wrong equipping weapons. One of my favorite ones is having like a chef go and wield double rakes. I like that one a lot.
That one's amazing. And we have just a little bit of downtime before we kick off the big set piece. So, T-Tree, if you want to hit us up with some stuff, go for it.
Yeah, gladly. You know, we've seen throughout the course of this run so far the power of teamwork, and there is so much that Team Nami support provides to everyone out there who needs that help, like the Nami Helpline, a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The Nami Helpline is available Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, you can call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI helpline resources and contact information. Yeah, just know that you are never alone. There is always a team of people out there who are rooting for you.
Absolutely. If only we were playing Final Fantasy in this marathon, or Final Fantasy 9 in this marathon. Could listen to some "You're Not Alone," an amazing track, and also very true. Now we get on into this Chapter 11 set piece. Or again, we're mostly just going to be dealing with the riffraff with the summons, but then once we get past these first couple fights, almost all the fights have unique solutions to them because they're strange. Hawaii has a lot of the very strange fights. Like, Japan is just like, oh, it's the Japanese mafia, melodramatic kind of stuff like that. Hawaii's got some silly stuff and some very unique fights to it. And these guys are resistant to ice, so they don't get taken down from the summon, but we just throw a grenade to finish them off. Before we go, we have a little menu that we gotta do. Over the ink weights, Transcendent Chitose now needs all the damage she can muster. And preemptively, we are going to preemptively drink Tomi. So what we've done is I put the ankle weights on Tomi before, and they reduce his max MP. And so whenever I want to, I can take those weights off of him, and then that leaves him with blank MP that I can then use beers on to then get him pre-drunk. And also, these cranes can scream?
I just learned 2 things in the last sentence. I learned cranes can scream, and I learned the proper way to pregame. I'm learning so much.
So these cranes are actually incredibly dangerous. If they get a turn, it's real bad for us. So I'm going to make sure that Tommy here has a good line of sight that he can hit both of them very easily with a Battery Storm. Because Battery Storm has a massive area of effect. That is an inherited skill from his Cavi class. One of the very few electric-centric abilities. There's not that many in the run. So it's very handy that Tommy has one from his Cavi class. We did it once, and we can now, with the Kunoichi job class, we have Substitution Jutsu. We can just flat out give our Kunoichi's turn to another character. It is a little bit slow to do so because it does do its own animation and everything, but when we just need one character to do a lot of turns, it is a lifesaver.
Ninja, Time Mage, why not both?
Exactly. And this one is an ankle weights on to Military Souls? Yes. And then one pregame for Nanba, or for Tommy. I always mix up the two because they serve basically identical purposes for the speedrun. But now we have an unskippable cutscene for about 45 seconds while we break the laws of physics with this excavator. So, T-Tree, would you like to examine this physics?
Yeah, this seems normal. I mean, it's not even the first time there have been giant crane accidents in the Like a Dragon series, so.
This is true.
But yeah, no, we've been talking a lot about the power of coffee, and RPG Limit Break has also got a very powerful friend in coffee. Dragon Roast Coffee is a small, passionate team of coffee roasters dedicated to making coffee for gamers in the gaming community. You can visit their website at dragonroast.coffee and enter the promo code RPGLB25 at checkout for 10% off your order. And in addition to their coffee, you can also purchase an exclusive dual-insulated Limit Break tumbler available only for this event, with the best part being that your purchases made using the promo code result with Dragon Roast donating a portion of the proceeds to Nami.
Speaking of coffee, we will be using some in this fight as well. This guy has way too much HP, and he's only weak to really gun. We don't have much gun damage options except for the Winged Kunai, which is not that powerful of a Kunoichi ability, but it is enough for our purposes for this fight. We use Battery Storm to take down all of them, and then we arrest the last one. Because this is a unique mechanic fight where it splits the party between the upper and the lower floors. And luckily, this enemy split damage. If that enemy focuses just Ichi, he can actually take him out. But because he even did one attack onto Chitose, then that is not a concern. Chitose needs a bit more buff. So we need to Poseidon Power, and this prolongs the attack buff as well, so it lasts even longer. And we give this gentleman a lovely rose. Oh, we even got the charm.
Nice.
The full tuxedo mask treatment.
I've done my work. But you haven't done anything.
Yes, yeah. Everyone else looks at that party member, but you didn't do anything. Suddenly your party is one member lighter.
Yeah, that charm it's like a 30% chance or something on the rose. And yeah, when we get it, it's just so nice. Just because it prevents them from having a turn. Okay. Just a couple more quick ones before we progress on, and we're going to be getting a very important threshold here for Chitose after the next fight. If she didn't have any additional help from a Kiwami drink to get her like an extra 20% job points, she would not reach job level 22 by the end of this fight, which job level 22 is what unlocks the Shadow Clone Jutsu, that incredible Kunoichi ability. But just because we put 2 Kiwami drinks on Chitose earlier in the run, she will just barely hit job level 22 and get Shadow Clone Jutsu right before we need it for this boss fight. Yeah, we have a good amount of money, but we're still being fairly conservative with it. But we start to be a little bit less conservative with it because we get so much more money. So this is the first fight, not this phase exactly, but the next phase where we're going to be using a boosted summon. You can pay 10 times the cost for 50% more damage. Also, we got another tag team here, this time with Chitose and Adachi. Oh, I haven't seen Adachi's actually.
I can really see the intensity of their friendship on their faces in this cutscene.
Incredible intensity. Oh, I love the Ono Michio head, or the Robo Michio head specifically. And this guy is weak to fire. No charm this time, unfortunate, so we have to watch this little cutscene. He gets a random buff. Because it turns out that AG has been blackmailing Chitose this whole time to feed information. And I'm actually going to... where is a toughness? I'm just going to play it safe and end up having healing Ichi here, just in case, because the next phase, because this fight is not over with this phase... the next phase after this, he basically gets 1 attack off, but that 1 attack can potentially hit like 3 or 4 times, and it almost can 100 to 0 us. It could just one-shot us, but we hopefully will not see that happen. Yeah, these poison machines are a big pain in the butt, but... they are just weak enough that if we use a boosted Kazumi, they will be taken out immediately. So now we don't have to worry about the poison for the fight. We get Quickness Lemon. And then we summon some clones to very expediently take this guy down to his damage gate. Oh, and we even got the thing that's not necessary for the Dolphin Bag, but is very handy for the Dolphin Bag, is that it does have a chance on anything that adds its additional effects to drop the enemy's ice resistance by 1 tier. We don't need it at all for this fight, but there is a scenario in the very final boss fight where it is very handy if we actually get one such elemental debuff like that.
Now, Tom, are you making that pun on purpose? That the proc from the bag would be handy?
I've fallen into T-Tree's trap.
Always happy to help.
And that's all we got to do is boost up Chitose 1 more time and she can finish this off. This is the attack that can potentially hit like 4 times. But we are perfectly fine. And actually, I'm just going to use a precautionary extra coffee because I did get that defense drop. That means that this will safely finish off without even needing to use a muscle soda. Oh, the power of a handbag and a ninja. Yeah, oh man. Now we're getting to one of the scarier chapters. And TJ, do you have anything to explain about this terrifying chapter?
Yeah. How much do you want me to explain before we get there? That's the real question.
Everything except for who we're fighting.
Sure. Okay. So the most terrifying thing about this chapter is that there is a mid-boss where we have to fight 3 enemies all at once. And they've all got a pretty substantial health pool. Not only that, but they have some terrifyingly high damage. They have the ability to output some horrible status effects on us. And, well, there's also one that can, I don't know, just instantly one-shot our party members if he feels like it. So that's cool. Yeah, it's a pretty terrifying fight. Oh, did I also mention it's like 5 minutes long? It's not a short fight by any means. So there is lots of time for things to go horribly wrong in that fight. And it is probably the hardest fight in the run outside of the final boss. I don't think that's too ridiculous to say.
No, that feels pretty apt. It is the second hardest fight in the run. And if everything goes according to the plan that we've set out for it, it will look like it's a breeze. But if it doesn't, it gets harrowing very quickly. So now, in the meantime, we are getting a couple basically forced memoir segments where we first meet up with a young girl who was actually someone who Kiryu saved while he was Onomichio back in Yakuza 6. So we help her out, and even after all the years that have passed since Yakuza 6, she still remembers that Hasaku face. Even gives us her keychain. And then we head on over to another one, this time with one of the cabaret girls from the Forshine Cabaret Club. I don't recall exactly which Yakuza that one's from, but she's setting up a new club here in Kamurocho, and some local property owners are not a fan of that. And we got another cutscene here that we want to watch because we now hit job level 24, which means we get essence skills, and some of them are very powerful. We're going to do an essence of remembrance from Kiryu. The Dragon of Dojima returns. Remembering all of his friends. And it does an okay amount of damage. But then we have Throat Slitter, and he's weak to this, so he is strong. just a casual 1,000 more damage than that fancy essence ability. And now at this point, we could go and do that terrifying mid-boss fight, but we are not ready yet. We got to do a little bit more setup and also get an additional summon, finally our second main summon that we'll be using throughout the run. And I don't know how I didn't see this before, but I just watched TJ do this, and I'm just like, oh yeah, oh yeah, there's a back staircase up to this area.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why you kept going through that middle route. It's horrible to go through there.
It
but
is.
Like, you know, if you wanted to, I wasn't going to stop you, Tom.
I think my head was defaulting to like an old router based on like Yakuza 7 somewhere where we have to run up those stairs as well. And my head just completely blanked on the fact that there's a back staircase. But now we need to set up, and we're going to dismantle it so we can get a bunch of extra equipment and dismantle all of our stuff that we're not going to use. Only one from the barmaid. I'm going to pump all of that into the prestige to get it as high as possible. 30 is really, really good. And change its brand to Seal of Flames so it does a bit more fire damage. So we are looking really well on materials. I don't think there'll be any concerns of that for the rest of the run. Yep. And before we go on to do the next few fights to get our summon, get another Transcendent Insole, as well as have an agility buff into that mid-boss fight so that it's significantly more manageable. We need that agility buff. So now we helped out the other Foreshine sister who was setting up a ramen shop in Yokohama. And now it's back to Kamurocho, and that guy that was bugging her before is back again, this time with cronies and a little bit stronger. And you know how Shadow Clone Jutsu is stronger based on how much agility we have? Well, we enter the fight with 2 agility stacks, so we have it already pre-buffed. These guys will survive this, but we can just take them down with Kiryu's. Hit there. And then Shadow Clone and goodbye. Oops, I didn't hit the command, but that's okay, it was enough. Now after doing that, we get Foreshine up and running in their cabaret and also unlock the Foreshine Summon. And the Foreshine Summon is incredibly, incredibly important. Also, I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. Zhao does get to play. He's my buddy, Zhao.
Hey, everyone give a round of applause for Zhao. That's exactly as much applause as Zhao deserves. Thank you, everyone.
He's so good casually, just not for the speedrun. But yeah, Foreshine is amazing. This guy is very strong for now. So we are going to summon Foreshine. We're going to watch that because it's amazing. I love this cutscene. Just have a seat.
Time for bottle service. And that is one of the most powerful summons of this game. And also, here's a glitch. Sorry, Zhao, you're out again. So if you swap a party member after a summon, you can just do another summon right again. So we get 2 Foreshines, and Foreshine also gives an attack buff to every single one of our party members. Is 2 Foreshines an 8 shine or a 16 shine?
I'm going to say 16. It is that effective.
Nice.
All right, one quick menu before we get to the terrifying fight. We need a superpower. Nanba, you need some speed. Sonhee, you need the transcendent insoles that we just got. Psycho, you get double military insoles. And pre-drink. Oh, that is the wrong drink. I need 2, so I'm going to quick do. Here's a trick that we're going to do later anyway. Is we're going to just quick do it ankle weight so that we drop the MP. So we do need 2. And then we menu heal, we're good, and we head on in. And I'm going to safety save before this fight.
Good idea.
I've got the very esoteric pun-based humor from chat. Shine? No. Shine.
Incredible. But now, here we go to the second most terrifying fight of this run, because not only do we have to fight one Jima, we have to fight all 3 Jimas all at once. Majima, Dojima, and Saejima. And if everything goes well, that's already immediately bad. And I missed the input, which should be fine. Okay, now it's already awkward. Okay, everything should be fine. It's just that the turn order is going to be a little bit whack. I might end up having to reset if I can't get a lineup. I'm just going to reset it. So, normally, Saeko goes first, and it already threw me off the kilter that Sonhee did because it's only like a 5% chance or something. And then I messed up the menu and accidentally did a wrong substitution jutsu, and that would throw off the cadence of the fight incredibly. So we are just going to reset it before we even get down the path to see just how bad it was going to get. Because we really want Nanba to, or we want to substitute to Nanba immediately so that while they are still grouped together, Nanba can use an AoE ability. And let's just see this showdown again. All right. Okay, well, same thing happened, but this time I'm prepared for it. Nanba, and we want to hit specifically Majima and Dojima in the start of this, so we really want them to line up, which they did. It's okay if we miss Saejima, we can make up the extra damage on him later, but it is most important that we hit these two immediately, and that amount of damage will kick us into the cutscene right away. Normally, if we didn't do this, the most amount of damage that we could do to them is about 3,000 damage each. But then they have just a hard damage gate until one of their turns happens and this cutscene starts. So we immediately drop Majima's damage to that threshold to then trigger this, and now all of their damage gates are down and we can just flat out eliminate them. And this also has the added benefit of it changes Majima's behavior. Normally, if he's pre this cutscene, he would do a massive evasion boost on himself, which then would make it so that Saeko really can't hit him, and we need her to hit him. But because this has happened, he's instead going to summon doppelgangers, and that is exactly what we want him to do because we have answers for that. Comes the doppelgangers. And 4 shine comes back, and we're gonna do a boosted 4 shine on top of it. That wipes out all the doppelgangers. We need to boost up Nanba because Nanba's going to be doing great damage. Dojima gets 1 turn, and he's gonna do a defense buff for all of them, which is not amazing, but we can manage it. And now we want Nanba's turn. Hopefully we can get some AoE. It looks like Daigo and Majima are close enough. We might be able to get all 3 perfect.
Very nice.
And now we Queen's Claw onto Majima to get him just below the threshold. And then one last 4 shine is enough for us to clinch Majima getting defeated. And then from here, we do a resurgence, not on Saejima, on Daigo. And we're just going to drop him down. Oh, I meant to try to aim at Saejima, but that's okay. But once they are dropped down to 0 HP, they go into this kind of legacy fight sequence. And it turns out you can stop their attack. Oh man, this is leggy as heck. But hopefully we can end this on a final punch. Yeah! Oh, he didn't get taken down. There we go. But that takes him down. And then from here, I'm actually going to... I don't know what I want to do. I'm just going to substitute to Nanba. So Nanba can do a little chunk of damage here. Can do an ice spreader onto Saejima because he's weak to ice. And Daigo is already at his threshold. Saejima gets 1 attack, and we really don't want to stun. This will not kill anyone. because I put the down jacket onto Sonhee. She will survive this. Not by much, but she does survive it. And Sejima is not weak to fire, but now he's going to be a little bit weak at least. Daigo is already at the threshold, so he's going to do his legacy. And here comes another big leg boost, or another leggy section. I wanted to get a cutscene finish. And from here, we do a Shadow Clone Jutsu because this dropped his guard. And then we can Kiwami, because this fight gives a ton of XP. I'm going to preemptively get a Quickness Lemon onto Sonhee so that she can finish off Sejima fully and guaranteed. And that is the fight. That is over. We just need to get a couple more Kiwamis. Like, yeah, it would have been incredibly hectic, but because we were able to recover everything and get things on the rail with that reset, it looks like it's a very easy fight. But yeah, it would have been a disaster if I would have continued on with the way the opening worked in the previous attempt. And now Sejima is also down, and we finish him off, and we are out of this terrifying fight. That's a big stress off my shoulders. Unfortunately, we had to do a quick reset, but because we caught it so early on, it's not the worst. So long as it's before that mid-fight QTE. Because
that's the nature of knowing your backups. Sometimes you got to know when to take 5 and do it over.
Mm-hmm. Especially in that fight, because that mid-fight QTE is like a full minute and a half. So if you reset after that point, oh man, you just lose so much time. But yeah, we'll probably have a bit of time while we get set up for the set piece of this. So T-Tree, if you want to read anything off, you can go for it.
Gladly. Furitskin has sent in $33.30 to Nami with no comment. Siren Ari sending in $50 to help support mental health with no comment as well. And there is a comment on this $23 donation from Bonnie to Nami. Good morning from Germany. Have another 23 shiny pieces for another 23 painted bobs. Infinite Wealth is one of those games where I went in blind, and even after so many years playing Ryaga Gotoku games, I was not prepared. Good luck, and let's battle green.
Zing. And it should be good to go. At some point, I may stop by a blue vending machine so I can repurchase some drunk healing items, because I did accidentally use some, but it should be good. But for now, we head on into the set piece of this, because that big major boss fight was not the end of this chapter. Also, Date, not now. I was really a step away from the cutscene. But yeah, with that menu that we did, we put every last ounce of agility onto Nanba for this set piece. Because Lightspeed Nanba makes amazing work of this set piece, as TJ found out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so these guys here, as you just saw, that one guy tried to run away. Because we can have Nanba be the first to act, and because Essence of Rose Typhoon is so huge in its AoE, it doesn't matter if they try to run out. You will hit everybody, which is really, really nice here, because this is a 3-wave fight, which means it would be way too expensive to go and burn our summons on it.
Yeah, and the thing that I actually didn't mention about summons yet is that if you try to use more than one in a fight, the cost of it goes up by 20 times. So the first summon would be 5,000, the next would be 100,000 to use. So we very rarely will do 2 summons in one fight when our money allows it. Also, we're going to give this guy a negative amount of necks. He has 0 already. And let's just reduce that by 1 more. Also, I realized that I did forget to showcase the Essence of Rose Typhoon cutscene, so we can do that in the next fight. Such radiance that it just explodes onto everyone. And that little bit of extra damage from that Essence of Rose Typhoon helps us so that we don't have to use a boosted summon there. Saves us a good chunk of change.
Yeah, those guys have like 1,050 health or something really stupid.
Yeah.
And our summon only deals 1,000.
And unfortunately, Sonhee went fast here. This is not a guaranteed turn order. It's like a 80% chance. So typically we get Kiryu going first. But luckily, because of substitution, it gives us a lot of leeway to just substitution to fix that error. Nice crit in there. Should hopefully mean this fight finishes quickly. Also, Kiryu is really starting to feel the effects of his old age and everything that he's been up to. But he's got this. Kiryu, noted master of the blade. He's got this. Get him, Kiryu. You can do it. Dang it. It's like a full 5 seconds faster to fail that QTE. This guy gives us some bravado. Hopefully he doesn't guard. He didn't. Good. We could just finish him off with a rose. And even with only 1 boost on the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it is already more powerful than the Throat Slitter. And in Essence of Remembrance should finish it off. Good. And now in this game, each ally has an ultimate armor that we now start to see. This is Sonhee's ultimate armor, which pairs way too well with the Kunoichi job class. Not only is it like the highest defense, it also has extra attack, I believe. And it has a 30% chance to just give a free agility buff at the beginning of every single one of Sonhee's turns. And as we've seen with Shadow Clone Jutsu, she gets stronger with more agility buffs, so it just pairs so supremely well with her. And now we just swap off and do Kazumi instead of Foreshine for these last couple fights because conveniently the enemies that have more than 1,000 HP are weak to ice in these 2 fights. It works out so supremely well with Kazumi for whatever reason that ice is exactly the element we need for 95% of the situations. Just in case we need it for the future, that is a full revive. It is very atypical that I even end up using like a revive, but it is very, very nice to have just in case. And now we head on into the final boss of this chapter and this set piece. A 2-wave boss fight. And in the middle of this boss fight, I'll probably throw it to T-Tree, but that'll be at the beginning of the second wave because this guy just loves to show off for like 2 minutes straight that he's a huge fan of Sephiroth. But we got to take care of this first wave first. Hit these enemies while they're nice and grouped up. Take them out. We need extra XP from this fight. Knock this guy into the QTE. And we have to be very careful with the Queen's Claw ability that we're using. It is very easy for those projectiles to get absorbed by anything in the environment, or if Sonhee ends up standing too close to the enemy, it will just throw straight past them instead of hitting them. So I kind of have to pay a little bit of attention over to that. Security's got it. Dang it, he didn't hit it. That one is like a half a second time save. It's a very insignificant save, but we don't really have to worry about damage at all in this fight.
And it's still canon. The number of people who've ever been killed by firearms in this entire series can be counted on fingers.
This is true. Sayako breaks out the rocket launcher. He has just enough HP for one attack. Oh, and there's that counter. I forgot that I have. Not necessary in that fight, but teacher, you can take it away for like a good minute and a half. This guy is just a big fan of Sephiroth.
Well, first he was the man with the machine gun.
Yeah, he's just a big Final Fantasy VII reference, this guy.
Absolutely. You know, I saw something just earlier today that suggested that people actually, or the director of Final Fantasy VII actually suggested that Sephiroth's sword could grow longer at will.
Oh.
I think that's maybe just a way to describe the fact that in some pieces of key art and at dramatic moments, it's just drastically longer than it is otherwise, but...
Makes sense to me.
But yeah, that all said, we have a lot of amazing incentives and bid wars for upcoming runs, including just after we go to the World of Kingdom Hearts for our Birth by Sleep run, Ferric Fox will be running Anomaly Collapse, and you can choose their starting character. Currently, the Stray or Bear is in the lead by just $5. So that is a very winnable war if you'd like to see a bird or a lamb as the character running that. We've also got the Name the Hero incentive for Soul Blazer. Everhate still out in the lead, but there are other options on the board. Arc, Larry, and Larpus, if you are interested in those. And later on, we're going to have our Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee Diploma co-op run with Thomas Patrick WX and Joker Sleeps. Really fantastic set of runners. I know they've got a lot of fun shenanigans planned for you, so if you'd like to pet the Eevee, we're about halfway to a pet there. If you'd like to name the Eevee, or the Pikachu, or any of the other characters, sorry, it is both Pikachu and Eevee, I'm being corrected, or the rival, or to help us get the way to Battle Green. Those are all open options for you now, as well as characters for Final Fantasy IV later on, and even more beyond that. So if you are able, if it is within your means to do so, please consider using !donate in chat, or going over to the RPG Limit Break website and donating to Nami and getting your influence into the marathon in that way by donating towards a bid war or an incentive.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that fight's pretty dang straightforward nowadays. He's not weak to fire, but we have so much fire damage with Sonhee and Nanba that we just decrease his fire resistance anyway and press on. As well as we have a new ability from Kiryu that can hit all enemies, and I will do a showcase of that when we get back to the Hawaii team. But for now, we need a Lightspeed Ichi because we are not going back to Hawaii for quite some time. We are actually going to be here until the Hawaii side is completely done. Happy Lane. Cheetah is the one who gets the fairway and the ankle weights. And we have to make sure to unequip the knuckles from Sonhee. Sonhee will not be using the Inferno Knuckles for the rest of the Japan segments. So it is best that we actually put those Inferno Knuckles onto the correct job class. As I foolishly, in my first routings of wrong equipping, ended up buying 3 Inferno Knuckles, just an insane amount. that is completely unnecessary when you can just buy one and then give it to the right person when you need it, because it's not needed in the end game for Japan anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that it doesn't really help on the Japan side, but something about the final boss, it feels like it's a little bit bugged, right? The
yeah.
weaknesses and resistances there.
It really does. Like we'd be hitting both their physical and elemental weakness against the final boss, and yet when we do the damage against them, it's like very underwhelming. And it's very strange, and I have no idea why it feels so low compared to what it usually is. But now we have to do that entire whole run sequence in reverse. Since we've been closing in on Polycana, and it turns out that Polycana has a secret island all to themselves that they've been using for all of their various cult indoctrination things, as well as what is it that they're holding nuclear waste there for some reason? I forget exactly the plot point of why they're doing that, but they have it. So they're keeping that offshore, and we don't really want them to be doing that anymore. So we need to figure out how the heck we can get to that island.
If you want to know more about that, play Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
Oh, I'll learn about that when I finally get to that game. I have it installed, but then I got really deep into doing more routing for this.
You don't say.
So hopefully soon I'll actually get my hands on silly Pirate Majima action. But yeah, it turns out that the people that have been ferrying Polycana between their secret island and the rest of Hawaii have been the Barracudas. So Mr. Dwight has been the one doing so, aka Danny Trejo. So we need to go get some more stuff figured out after we get these guys off our tail. And then we can go invade District 5 again to see if we can take care of them. And actually, as it turns out with a certain character that we're going to be getting soon, this set piece that we're doing in this chapter is the easiest set piece in the entire game. It can sway maybe like 10 seconds. It is like almost 100% consistent. Oh, where did that fight come from? Just snuck around the corner. Also, I didn't mention the amazing fight dodge strat that I saw TJ do in his first runs, where we did a little ring around the rosy around that little garden section in the mall, and that kited the enemies away from the exit that we need to take. I always got a kick of that when I first saw TJ's route.
Yeah, it was a fun little strat. You could save there to go and skip that mob instead, but it's kind of finicky. And even then, you have to save again right afterwards. I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, it ends up being, I think, more consistent and a little bit faster. Okay, hopefully this doesn't auto-trigger a fight here, because it tends to.
Yeah.
Like, there's no enemies there. It just, for some reason, it just feels like I cross a line in the ground and it just triggers the fight automatically. But this is why we still have the smoke bombs. We still have one left, and I might honestly purposefully use the smoke bomb here, or when I get to this final segment, just so that I can have it out of my inventory so I can do faster thrown item management in the future. It doesn't save that much time, but it does. It just feels like it flows much nicer when that smoke bomb is not there. And this is one fight that we'll like run past, and then we'll just hit a line in the ground, and it automatically triggers the fight. So we'll use that last smoke bomb and be on our merry way and introduce ourselves to the final Hawaii team member. And usually it's just like, we didn't get to use Zhao because he just joins too late and yada, yada, yada. It is not the case. for one Jungi Han, who returns. He comes to us in the second to last chapter of the game, and he's insane. He's incredibly good. He's like ridiculously strong. And we are going to show you that after I get another wrong equip set up. This time I need a new weapon for Sonhee. So I'm going to do another backup save here. Gonna put everything we have into the host. Oh yeah, we are more than good on the host. And then we are going to material exchange the second hero's knife. Very important that it is the second hero's knife. And then right afterwards, we are going to do a one quick shop, because the final weapon for Sonhee is not Inferno Knuckles, it's a golf club. And it did wrong equip properly onto her, so we are good to go. But now we've entered into Hawaii. We've got Jungi Han in the party, and he joins us in, I don't even know what to call his fashion, trash bag. I'd call that trash bag. But it's a little too hot for Hawaii, so he needs to get some shorts, maybe a t-shirt, something more chill.
I mean, knowing that he's the trash man, I was really hoping for the DeVito wrestling leotard. I'm the trash man.
And we get him set up to do a lot of damage and get Adachi out, because Adachi is unfortunately too slow, so we're not going to be seeing too much more of Adachi for this run. Also, I'd remember one thing. So after this, we're going to, we normally don't, to any other job change trips for the Hawaii side. But just because we met that incentive and we have everyone else with a lovely Robo Michio head, we can't have Jungi Han be the only one left out. So let's have Jungi Han get... There you go, buddy. Now you're ready to go. With all that, we are all set to show you just how powerful Jungi Han is. Jungi Han and his essences, which are very anime. But back into District 5 we go. In the most consistent set piece of this run. So Jungi Han joins us with the essence of trick shots, where he gets to live out his anime gunman assassin dreams, and it has a massive area of effect. And just wipes them out. We don't even have to use a summon for how powerful Jungi Han is. And it is actually it's like a good few seconds faster for us to finish a fight with a trick shot instead of a summon. Because the summon just has a little bit longer of animation of this little bit that we can't skip over otherwise. It also saves us a good chunk of money. If we don't have to summon, that means that we don't have to use any money. But conveniently, this second wave has a lot of enemies that are weak to gun. Very convenient for one Jungi Han. Yeah, it is ridiculous how powerful Jungi Han joins us at. The Inferno Knuckles weapon that is innate to his job class is It's just so very powerful. And this is introducing us to a little gimmick of this set piece that we can fall through the floor, and falling through the floor puts us into a stronger fight. We're not going to be taking any of the other two stronger fights. This one is the mandatory one. But the other ones end up there. They give you a good bit of extra money and XP and everything, but it is about a minute slower each to do. And even Joongi Han's old skills, he doesn't have head trauma like he had in the previous game. That was ridiculous and very overpowered, but he has poison shot, which was also good in the previous one, but they made it even stronger for this game. And we used to get a bit of gear over there on the right, some pirate's boots that give another 10% extra XP, but as I took a closer look at the XP, it didn't really end up being all that necessary. So we cut that out pretty recently from the run. And this is where we gotta make sure that we don't fail the QTE and lose a bunch of time doing a stronger fight, because these easier ones up here are just use summon and you win.
Don't you have to fight the upper ones anyways, even if you do fall?
I don't think so, but it's been so long since I tested it.
Yeah, it's not like we're purposely falling down there.
No. And in this set piece, there are 3 of those lustrous steel, very good upgrade materials about. So we grab those when we can, because we want every last bit. We should be more than set for everything that we need to do in Hawaii pretty much already, but Japan, for the final boss, you want everything you can get. Anything that will increase your odds of success in the final boss is worth it, because that is by far the most terrifying thing of this run. And we will... It'll be very apparent when we get to it, because there is no fight of the final boss that is clean. It is always a mess.
Yeah.
This is a very straightforward fight, because for whatever reason, so many of enemies in this set piece are weak to gun. Poison shot is gun. So Joongi Han can just do a couple poison shots. Well, not anymore. We're just going to have to wait for Joongi Han's turn. Oh, he's getting really into it. I probably could have used a coffee as a just in case, but... So yeah. I was supposed to substitute over to Joongi Han. Joongi Han, why is your next turn so slow? That was what was supposed to happen before any of those attacks went off. This fight is 100%, or this chapter, or this set piece is pretty much 100% consistent, unless I just make a silly mistake.
Yeah, it is really easy to make that kind of a mistake, though. The ally targeting system in this game is trash, to say the least.
Yeah, it sure is. That would have been something that would have been a very welcome improvement from the previous game. That was a major pain point of Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun, and unfortunately, it is unchanged for this game.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Maybe next time they'll get it right. They have all the enemies in a list. They have the allies in a list. Just let us menu through that instead of having to pick in the environment. Okay. Big menu here because we get Tomi's ultimate armor. And we're going to take his ankle weights. We're going to give him jeweled bracelets and transcendent insoles. And he's going to optimize his armor. Cheetah is a optimize and extra speed for one Jungi Han.
So while Tom does this menu here, that ultimate armor that we just picked up for Eric, that increases the amount of damage he does when he's hitting an enemy's weakness. It makes him exceptionally good as a host, which has all 3 of the elements. The only thing he doesn't do is hit physical, but that's fine because basically everything in the game from this point onwards is only really weak to elemental damage.
Pretty much. And we're going to do that double summon technique by swapping Jungi Han out for Adachi so that we can get rid of Dwight here has one ally that has like 3,000 HP or something like that, and using both those summons takes them out as well as puts Dwight into this Q to E, where Ichi does a fantastic dodge. Flawless success. And then Dwight here does not get to play the game because we have a Tomizawa with way too many damage stacks. So much damage, in fact, that we're just going to go straight for Essence of Rose Typhoons and not Rose Stinger. Rose Stinger does more damage, but is a slower animation. So when we can use Rose Typhoon instead, we take it, and we have more than enough damage with how high of a prestige we have right now is. All right, and as we progress into probably some of the tougher parts, T-Tree, if you got anything to read off, we probably got a couple minutes here.
Sure. Matrimony sends in $10 to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I say it that way because of the nature of the comment. Every time I hear about donating to Nami, I hear it as donating to Nami, like the show. Anyway, Nami is amazing, and so is this Infinite Wealth Run. And hey, so are you and everyone out there donating to Nami. Thanks, Matrimony. This one's for you. I don't know, that's my best Tom. I didn't exactly have time to practice that. But yeah, thank
Honestly,
you very much for your generosity.
Spot on. And now one brief thing that we do is we bought these back in Chapter 8 because we want Jungi Han to get his tag team. We need him to bond level 10, so we very quickly give him 3 tobaccos, which he's honestly not the biggest fan of, but it is more than enough, or it is literally just enough bond points to reach the level we need. Anything else, T-Tree?
Yeah, definitely. We'd like to show some love for our community artists while we have the time to do so, including LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and Itzkasa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break as a channel. All revenue from subscriptions, bits, and the ads that we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support in this regard is critical to helping us put on these wonderful events year after year. We also have a merchandise store. From hoodies to coffee mugs to even fanny packs, you're sure to find your new favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part is all proceeds from the merchandise sales go directly towards funding Limit Break so we can continue to bring you these awesome events every year. To visit the online store, please visit store.rpglimitbreak.com.
Absolutely. And now we're into Dwight yet again. But this time, this is where, honestly, the Hawaii side kind of jumps the shark a little bit. Kind of gets a little strange. So we'll quick get Tomi all set up for all of his damage increasing abilities. In addition, the host has the Wonder Cocktail, which increases our drunk by a stage, and our next skill is 60% more damage. So it buffs and it gets us an incredible next skill. And now Dwight here should summon more allies. Oh yeah, there's sharks in the water, by the way. And if we get knocked into the back end of the ship, the sharks will take a bite out of us. But hopefully we will not see that. Oh, they're closing in. They're ready. They're ready for someone to take a bite out of. But it just might not be me.
Yeah, looks like Dwight's gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah. Oops, never mind. We're getting in there because I failed the QTE. Whoops. Sorry, Ichi. My bad.
Oh, he's wearing a helmet. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yes, it was a glancing blow thanks to Robo Michio.
Okay. And then we swap Jungihan back in because we do want him to have the extra XP. We have a little coffee. But, yeah, but now, Tomi has 2 turns to himself thanks to substitution jutsu. And we do a lot of damage. 6,800 that Tomi is now able to output with a single spell. And goodbye, Danny Trejo.
Chad asking if we just literally jumped the shark, and I would say no, we just got jumped by a shark. Slight distinction, but it's there.
All right. Oh, here's a good opportunity for my blue vending machine to get these just in case I need them. Restock our muscle sodas before we progress on because now our Hawaii team takes a very brief break by taking a trip to Japan before we start our finales. And I say finales plural because yes, each side will have its own finale. Hawaii will start first after this brief sequence, and then we'll be heading back to Japan to finally close out everything on Kiryu's side of things. All right, and conveniently, it is very rare where a meal buff or anything will transfer between the chapters, the chapter sequence. But this is actually one of the scenarios where it does, and it also keeps the 1 tier of drunk status as well. So we get 1 alcoholic drink for Tomi for the beginning of the fight that is at the beginning of the finale. But here we go. Ooh, into the end game. The Hawaii finale is pretty consistent. Can still have some scary stuff happen, but it's pretty dang consistent, and hopefully I can show off a very amazing fight skip.
Yeah, I hope you can get it.
I feel like I've gotten more consistent, but we will find out. Because yeah, TJ found a very... How did you even find that fight skip? You just like... I feel like...
That was definitely an accident.
Oh.
I was just trying to run past it, point A to point B kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was an accident.
I mean, it's like point A to then we do a thing to skip to point C, basically.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, very, very briefly here, we have our Hawaii and our Japan teams finally talking to each other. Finally, over all of the duration of this entire speedrun, Sayako and Ichi finally have a conversation with each other again. It has been a while, but then quickly reunited and quickly again separated. As we get our last minute prep for the Hawaii finale. Do another quick save because this is another wrong equip. The last wrong equip that we will do. We will first start with crafting the lightning impact from that golf club. And we will put everything we have into the host. Is that 50? Oh man, we are set. I almost never reach 50. And then invest. So this allows us to preemptively put on, so Seal of Flames EX, Seal of Snow EX, and then regular Seal of Flames as well, because that does stack together with the extended one. And lastly, get rid of one more toy knife. Jungi-Han gets an optimize, gets the down jacket so he can survive a couple fights, and he gets damage. Party swap, and this is where party order is actually going to matter. There are some fights in this set piece that weirdly target specific party member slots.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
So we are going to make those adjustments to make it a little bit safer for us. And just to double check that I got the Psycho Rung equipped correct. Yes, she has the Cleat Knuckles equipped. We could honestly just give her a Kunoichi weapon, but it's just a little bit faster for us to grab the Cleat Knuckle while we're getting our rocket launchers set up again. And yeah, we did not, the game, I'm sorry, I was a bit premature. We didn't jump the shark before. We're jumping the shark now. Because yes, in this Yakuza game, there is a shark the size of a ship that we do have to fight.
That boat is oddly stable, isn't it?
It's a very sturdy boat. This shark is weak to electricity, so we're going to make it extremely weak to electricity. Again, get Tomy set up with his buffs so that he can do a ton of damage. And this is why we have the down jacket, just in case for Jungi-Han. Need to prolong the buff on Tomizawa quick. And then Tomizawa is going to do a massive chunk of damage. This Battery Storm is an AoE ability. It's not intended to have that high of a multiplier, but it is more than enough for what we need. And just a little extra damage, just in case. Not sure how effective a taser would be on a giant shark, but it does a pretty good job. And we're out of there.
And see, you say the boat was surprisingly stable with the shark, but my headcanon is because we only saw to about halfway back on the boat, there was actually a friendly giant shark of equal size on the front side of the boat, keeping us balanced.
You're right. You're absolutely right. They never showed us the front of the boat. That's why. But now we've officially gotten onto the Palikana Cult Island. And we receive a not-so-friendly welcome. Luckily, we still have a couple more, or we have 2 more meals worth of agility buffs, so we can very quickly dispatch these before they get a turn, because we are 4 levels under what the enemies are, and that is a pretty substantial agility debuff that we're going to get. So there's quite a few fights in this chapter where we are going to get outsped, and there's not a whole lot we can do with it. Also, they have landmines. Whoopsie. Ichi, don't. Okay. We're fine. Ichi's fine. He's fine. Okay, my controller needs to stop disconnecting, please. Should be good for the rest of the run.
See, I came in halfway during the into the run, and I saw that happen earlier, and I was like, oh, there's probably a strat there, and it's already been explained. I'm not going to get into it.
Nope, it's just a loose connection for my controller. That's all right. But here, let's try and get this fight skip. Should be good. Yippee!
Nice.
So by kind of taking skirting around the edges there, we have just enough time for us to make it to that landmine, and that landmine will launch us the last distance that's far enough away from that fight to skip it.
Yeah, they can't fully aggro you and pull you into a fight while you're in midair from the landmine explosion. So we use that to just propel ourselves away. It's fantastic.
Transcendent for Cheeto saves ankle weights, and Dukion gets that optimize. And most importantly, Adachi gets one more time to shine. And just in case anything. Ichi, how did you get stuck on the rail? Adachi has one more time to shine during this. We could technically not use Adachi. There's like a slightly faster way of doing this, so we don't have to wait for all these guards and animations. But it does cost like $150,000. So instead, we're just going to bring Adachi in, and he's just going to arrest these two folks. They have like more than 4,000 HP each. But they are not immune to instant kill, so we're just going to let Adachi citizens arrest some people as a chef.
Is the insinuation there that they've committed some sort of food crime?
I can't believe this.
Don't worry, you have less than an hour left to put up with me.
That is the last we will see of Adachi for this speedrun. He has served his purpose well. But we need very fast allies for the upcoming sections. And this fight we can skip by waiting on the other side of this wooden pyre. You do have to wait a bit longer than you think, because when these guys see you, they sprint. They go so fast up those stairs. You need like a good few second wait there to make sure you clear them. Now we've made it to the main Polyconic camp, and honestly, not too bad. It's honestly pretty cozy. And we're gonna safety heal. It's a pretty cozy little camp they got here. Nice house. They even have a cow. Incredible. And I was too busy staring at the cow to see where I was going.
You had your priorities straight.
Exactly. And now they're just like, just enter into this barn and totally nothing will happen. And then they lit the barn on fire while we were in it. Shocking that they're not actually our allies. These guys always go first. Use a Kazumi here, and we'll do a safety meal here. That way we survive what's upcoming, because the next fight the next wave of this fight is terrifying if we let the main the main enemy have like even 2 turns. Because they have a spell that will do almost 400 damage to everyone. It hurts so much. So we need to make sure he does not survive, because Jungi Han only has like 450 HP. But Hill here, that is the big enemy, is in fact weak to gun. That was a nice crit.
Oh, you got the crit. Nice.
That does guarantee it. It is a small damage range, whether or not Jungi Han will.
Oh!
Excuse me? Who put that barrel there? Okay, Jungi Han might perish. Jungi Han's gonna perish. Oh, Jungi Han's alive. Oh, no, I probably should have done other things. I probably should have healed. Because that won't kill because he's resistant to it. Just don't do... Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. You know what? It's so fine that we're going to do a little breakdance on him. Everything's fine. I went exactly according to plan. Oh, that's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
開けてみるか。やったぜ。
Now while we're here, get this just in case. Oh boy, I need a Turner. So that Ichi can heal. Because that used way more MP than I usually do. That's okay. That's probably one of the harder fights of this set piece. Got that out of the way. We're enter into like the main chapel area. We're hoping for a fast Jungihan. Good. So take these guys down before they can spread apart, and then we get into this gentleman who is very strong and very fast, but usually just has a little snack. Which gives us more than enough time for us to set up for all the damage that we have to do. He's already weak to ice. Let's make him more weak to ice.
Nice fear.
Nice. Not really even necessary, but it's still nice to see. And perhaps foreshadowing of what we hope to see later.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because even without any buffs, Tomi still does a very substantial amount of damage. And we just want to make sure that he gets taken down. Okay, little menu here as we prep for the next couple fights. Because we have a very specific fight upcoming here that needs a very specific requirement. Rainbow Hat, you need more magic. And Jungihan finally gets some speed. And just one drink for Tomi. Heal up because, I was saying before that the Hawaii finale gets a little silly. We already had Danny Trejo and sharks and a giant shark. We also have a giant squid. And these tentacles that they have will steal our party member away. And we absolutely cannot abide by that. Jungihan's just going to be dishing out some consistent damage in this fight to the main body. Luckily, those tentacles are not immune to Kazumi. So we can take them out instantly. Squid is not weak to anything, actually. He's kind of just a large HP sponge. But he is very cute, so we're going to play him a tune. Chitose comes with an ability. Oh, I meant to change her party position out, but that's okay. She didn't get the cold status effect from that, so she'll be perfectly fine. Get Tomi prepped up for more damage. Jungihan dishing out what he can. Oh, he even gave me an easier skill. That is perfectly fine. But yeah, for whatever reason, the squid loves to target the 4th party member slot. Not really sure why, but it is very handy that it does, because normally, if I did my setup right, I would have swapped Tomi to that slot, and Tomi is resistant to ice, because Host is resistant to ice. So it would have made it very safe that if Tomi got hit by 2 skills, he would survive perfectly fine. With all the buffs, all the roses, and 1 point blank. We'll finish the job. And for the last time, the last and only third time in this game about being in Hawaii, we take a swim. It was great while it lasted. Nice little refresher before we dive into the elevator to the final boss of Hawaii. Hopefully these enemies go quick so that we can have... I do have to perfect guard these just in case. Ichi, I need you to go quick. Yeah, we have to perfect guard these fights because these guys there are many that go first, and if they do enough damage to one of the party members, they can take them down. Usually doesn't happen, but yeah, we're good. And they're standing enough on an elevator that has a low area, so Trick Shot takes care of that. And now we do our prep for Bryce, the final boss fight of Hawaii. Chitose. Yep. Optimize. She gets lots of speed. In order for us to do everything that we want to do for this set piece, we need 220 agility on the party members that we need it on. Set ourselves up for one more pre-drink, and Adachi, you get the fairy lay and money. Okay. Get ourselves set up. Do a backup save just in case. Usually this is pretty consistent, but there are some scenarios where things can go wrong. Because in order for us to do everything that we need to do, this is a 3-stage boss fight. And it is very, very long. In order for us to very quickly finish off the first 2 phases, we need 3 turns in a row. And the only way we can do that before Bryce here gets a chance to summon additional enemies is by having all of our main 3, our Ichi, Jungihan, and Chitose, above about 210 agility, which with all the agility boosts we have, we are able to achieve. Okay, this is nice and fast. It is, but because they're all similar speed, the turn order is not 100% consistent. So it is nice that Ichi goes first. It helps clear things out. Essence of Rolling Mixer. And we get a brand new essence from our host with the most. He gets the essence of Champagne Wave. This guy's just very confused. And that did so much damage, I didn't even have to do any damage with Jungihan. Because that plus 50 is very, very nice. On to the second phase. This one can be a little bit more finicky. Because we're going to need Battery Storm to be able to do a large AoE damage. And trying to get it to land on everyone is iffy. So it's a little bit slower for me to go to Ichi first, but it is a little bit more consistent for me. Let's see. Then from here, we do a Muscle Soda onto Tomi because we need extra damage. Jungihan gets to show off his fancy new ability. Single target blade move. And again, Jungihan, very anime in his moves. So much more frightening with the Robomichi head. That comes out of the shadows after you? Are you kidding me? Be terrified. Alright, and now we go to Tomi, and we're hopefully going to be in the middle of all 3 of these enemies. that we can do a battery storm and hit them all. That might not hit the guy in the back. Dang it. So this is what we don't want to see. This is why we were trying to outspeed, because this guy will summon and just explode on everyone. He did it on Tomi, which is actually ideal. Although, please don't kill him. Okay. I think Ichi should be able to finish him off before he gets another turn. That way I can do another Essence showcase. We're going to do a little breakdance. Just doing his best Yakuza 0 Majima breaker stance. Oh, that was not even close to finishing him off. I think I might just have to go for a second battery storm. Oh yeah, it's Graham. It's the one with the highest HP. Okay. Ooh. I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have healed. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering.
I forgot about
why.
the damage that the gun guy did. We might have to just play it a little bit safe into this final phase. Because normally, we don't even have to deal with that. But we got very unlucky with those enemies spreading out for the battery storm. So Tomi's the lowest, but we heal Tomi anyway, usually with a Tornor, but I grabbed a Staminan just in case, so that heals both HP and MP. So Tomi will be perfectly fine. It's more the other guys that I'm concerned about. Start Bryce off with a jaunty tune. One final use of the ultimate tag team, this time finally with all three. And this will take care of all of those ads, because we already used 2 summons this fight. It would cost like $1 million to be able to use another, but that gets rid of them. We'll use our Staminan Royale on Tomi so that he survives. The Mercy Shot is not what I wanted to
Cheetos,
see.
they don't walk into that.
Okay. Got a Wonder Cocktail. Let's see what I want to do here. Okay, Cheetos, I got a turn. That's good. So I'm going to start getting hallucinogenic bombs to lower his ice resistance. No fear, unfortunate. I'm going to audible, and audible to Ichi, because Ichi has a very large radius heal. I'm going to make sure that hits all of our allies and keeps us safe. Now Chitose is going to Muscle Soda onto Tomi. Tomi is all set up for damage. Hit him with that first Champagne Wave. For a nice chunk of damage. Get another heal in, because Chitose, you need to stay alive, girl. Another hallucinogenic, and hopefully, beautiful.
Nice.
So Bryce is not immune to fear, interestingly enough. So we can delay some of his turns. So he will do a move called Massacre next time, but it's delayed until his next turn because of the fear. So this gives us more than enough time. Oh, never mind, he does it now. Should be good. Everyone should be nice and alive. I need a Poseidon Power onto Tomi so that he keeps his damage buff on Hallucinogenic Bomb, and then we should be in the clear, because we are now basically maxed out in how Tomi's damage is. So he is set out for absolute max damage of 11,000. And that's basically the fight. I should probably do an extra coffee here, just in case I don't have enough money. Yeah, Ichi has more than enough HP to survive this, even if he does get hit. Yeah, he kind of becomes a bit of a recluse in this final phase, where he's just attacking wantonly. And we still have plenty of these liquid nitrogens to go around. Normally he'd be weak enough that we could just finish him off. Otherwise... that is the Hawaii finale down. One more finale to go, and it is the much more terrifying one. Even though that... I don't know why I always mess up Bryce. Bryce is like pretty dang consistent, but somehow in like 80% of my runs, I always end up screwing up something in that fight. But this is probably the best chance before we do the finale rush for T-Tree to have anything you want to say.
Gladly. I've got an anonymous $45 donation that I happened to see looking over at Bid Wars. Went towards the Anomaly Collapse starting character incentive to put the bird ahead in that run. So if you'd like to see the bear or lamb as Ferric Fox's character, get those donations in, because that is the run after next, so you don't have too long. Thank you so much to the anonymous donator for making that possible. We also have $10 from That Windless. It's the last day, and this last donation is arriving a day later than expected. So many wonderful runs and so many silly times to be had, but I am excited for what's coming up. Final Fantasy IV, Chrono Trigger, and Soul Blazer. Fam, let's be real. It's not a proper final game if we're doing it by halvesies. Let's upgrade Chrono Trigger to 100%. Fairy Neko says trans rights.
Trans rights. Heck yeah. So we're getting set up here. We didn't do skill inheritance on Nanba earlier because at this point he can actually skill inherit 2 because he's gotten enough bond points. And we actually do want both of those abilities on hand. And now our last material exchange. Get rid of all the stuff we won't use and put it all onto the lightning impact for Sonhee. 32 is pretty fantastic. Yeah, level 41 is great. Seal of Bolt, Seal of Severance, because we are going to be doing lots of that kind of damage. And a last big menu, or not last menu, but the last like biggest menu. Because unfortunately with all the stuff that we do, we do have to constantly juggle equipment back and forth across Hawaii and Japan because it's just too far out of the way for us to. Nope, not that. Psycho swapped. But yeah, it is just too far out of the way for us to try and find additional armor or additional equipment that we could just keep static on those or on each side of the equation. So unfortunately, we do have to do a lot of menuing back and forth. But in order to conserve money for all the fastest stuff we do, it is just optimal for us to just keep juggling back and forth. But who could have guessed it? The final set piece of Japan is at the Millennium Tower. Now Kiryu has basically his own summon. He can now hit enemies wherever they are on the screen using Essence of the Dragon God. And it's fantastic. Yeah, this set piece is why we actually ended up having to put the kitty ear headbands onto Kiryu, because Kiryu needs just ever so slightly more damage or more MP. Because with the extra MP that was added, We can additionally use an Essence of Remembrance to very quickly take down that enemy, and then a Queen's Claw. Take down them. Second phase, and this is why I wanted to change positions, because they often target that party member slot. Oh, and they hit him with the core form anyway. Rude. That's okay. We got plenty of time to wake Nanba up. I'll just honestly wake him up here. Because we're at level 50, it doesn't. Nanba has more than enough power. Okay, controller, I'm going to need you to stop disconnecting real quick for me. But yeah, with these enemies, they are both weak to ice. And a weird feature of the Essence of Champagne Wave that we've been using is that it shows a target reticle on the ground of like where the damage area is, but it actually kind of ends up just being a straight line from you to the enemy. So long as you target the enemy in the back, you will hit everyone along the way.
Yeah, it's very handy to have for at least a few fights in here.
Definitely. But yeah, this set piece is a tough one. There's so many fights that have just completely unique strategies because they just have so many different requirements.
Yeah, a lot of the mobs aren't just like the little easy mobs that you can go and just use a summon to clear out. A lot of them are more like mini bosses all the way up, and that's what makes it so complex.
And this one casts Doom basically on the entire party. Sometimes it whiffs. But it basically forces us on a schedule or where we have to make sure we finish everything off. Okay, controller, I need you to not. I just need to be more gentle with my mashing. Yeah, summon and an Essence of Dragon God takes care of the riffraff. This guy is not weak to Blade, but when he's guarding, I can break the guard with Throat Slitter for extra damage, and then we can go in with Queen's Claw, and we just saw the mechanic with the Lightning Impact, which is why I ended up picking this as my final wrong equip. It's because it has the potential to cause an elemental debuff whenever we basically use an ability, and it's like 30%. And it has an interesting characteristic with multi-hit attacks, such as Shadow Clone Jutsu, where it applies the debuff on the first hit, so the rest of the hits will get damage boosted. So it helps with a lot of safety with the final boss. And now we're just gonna gently move some chairs out of the way as we skip past the next couple fights. These chairs are very sturdy, almost bolted to the ground even, some of them. Oh, yep, come. Just get past the chairs. It wasn't that bad. That was actually pretty fast compared to normal. Now, conveniently in the kitchen, it has a full HP heal for us, so we can get that and head on into the next fight with full MP. More shenanigans where the kitty ear headband is a lifesaver. Gonna boost Kazumi. Essence of Remembrance to take down just one of them, so that Sonhee here can finish off the last with the Queen's Claw. And this next phase, this guy is very fast and has just so much HP to work through. But Forshine's Strength Boost is incredibly powerful, and we are actually swapping to Beast form here because you get about 10% more damage being in Beast form versus being in Brawler form. This works out really well for us. That little 10% extra damage is actually enough for us to finish off. Depending on how much damage here. I got the fire, so I'll do an Essence of Rose Typhoon to finish this guy off. Normally, we kind of use 2 roses to just guarantee we do enough damage. But with the burn, that should be guarantee, even if we got a low roll on the damage. And heal MP. Because we're entering into a very special fight. And Kiryu is the one who's going to be taking charge for it, and he needs all the MP to go through it smoothly. Because finally, Kiryu gets to team up with his old buddies. The whole team together again. They're going to have so many combos and so many neat things that they're going to do together in this fight. Right, Kiryu? One of the main messages of this game is to trust your friends and rely on them. You're surely not going to just do this all yourself and not even let your allies have any turns. Kiryu.
Nice.
So yeah, Kiryu will just outspeed everyone and Essence of Dragon God, and we're done. But now we get to have actually a little bit of a fun cutscene of working together, at least in spirit. And this fight, or this always just reminds me of how silly the Yakuza games are. Because it's just like, all these people are getting tossed around. It's just like, yeah, they're just knocked out. No one's dying in these fights. That'd be silly. Because it's just punches and kicks. Okay, that guy's probably not doing so hot. That Majima, that seemed a bit overkill. We're trying to keep things a little bit tamer here. But he's fine. It was just a slash. Probably didn't hit any internal organs. I'm sure he's fine. That guy's probably not fine. What the heck, Majima? Okay, now get all of our MP up and quick menu while we get everything set up here. Because now we need Psycho to be our main speed demon. Windseekers, and for just one fight, we want status resistance. For exactly one fight, we want status resistance, because if we get paralyzed from that fight, it is a bad time. Almost never happens, but it's nice to be careful. And this is why we, in Chapter 12, wanted Lightspeed Namba. This little delay lets them spread out a little bit, hopefully not too far, and we can still hit most of them. Perfect.
Wow, nice.
And this has so many enemies that are pretty much all resistant to fire, but we have enough damage if we get a couple summons in to be able to take them all out. Do a little bit of extra damage onto Matsuzaki if I can find him in the mix. This takes care of all of them, leaving only the main guy left. He gets one turn to do one big punch. And goodbye. And so we begin the final climb. We're going to be skipping all of the fights along the way, because they are all conveniently skippable. This one by hugging the right side. And then it's just not harrowing enough if we don't bring in a helicopter to fire at us in runs here. In the next two fights, we can hug the left side to evade. And then we'll be getting into the second to last fight of the run. And I think I can, yeah, I'm just gonna take the shot. I'm not sure if it's all that faster just because Kiryu does take his sweet time getting back up. But it is still.
Yeah, I don't think it's faster, but I don't think it wastes that much time.
No. This one, yeah, you do have to wait.
Yeah,
You're-
yeah, this one would be bad.
Yeah, getting this chest is actually how some of the people first found the wrong equips, because of this would be the next equipment that they got that was wrong equipped. Gear. Kiryu, you actually need the Tiger Belt, and Nanba, you get ankle weight tricked so that you can do a little pregame. Nope. Also, most importantly, I need to make sure that Kiryu also has enough MP. I gave him extra MP due to the Tiger Belt, and that gives him just enough MP for him to do Essence of the Dragon God 2 times, which hopefully makes this might fight basically 100% consistent, because it is dangerous. These guys have like 5,500 HP each. Okay, this is what we don't want to see. Okay. No
Nice.
paralysis. And I'm perfect guarding because I think it slightly makes it, or it makes it slightly less likely that you will get the status effect. Good, I even hit all of them. So now for the only fight in this entire run, Zhao is going to be in the final party. Because with this, we are able to get 2 attack boosts before we do any Essence of the Dragon Gods. And that crit actually finished that guy off early even. But with this, it makes it basically 100% consistent, and we don't have to worry about them being nearby, which is what we have to worry about if we want Namba to do the main damage there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good strat.
Takes some extra menuing, so it's a little slow in that regard, but not too bad. All right.
Yeah. Can't possibly be slower than seeing Tanabe go and do a max heal on someone, though.
Yeah, that is what we absolutely want to avoid, because, yeah, Tanabe in that group can just flat out do a full HP heal, and that is basically an extra minute added onto the fight.
Yeah.
An extra HP for Nanba to survive this final fight. He's going to steal Saiko's shoes. Saiko gets an optimize, gets the crimson hat. And finally, Zhao, you get out. All right. Here we go. Final boss fight. Time is not on the final blow. It's on the final QTE afterwards. And hopefully this will go smoothly. It tends not to. But we will
Yeah,
hope.
best of luck.
Because Ebina is so fast. We are 5 levels under him, so he is significantly faster than us. And he can do, he can wipe out our buffs. He can cause us to go enraged. He can cause us to fall asleep. He can do a crap ton of damage. He, in the second phase, can paralyze all of us and cause bleed. It is a mess, and we've done everything we can basically to make it consistent, and we play by Ebina's game here. Okay. This starts with a substitution over to Nanba. We want him to be a little bit weaker. So we're going to have a little bad breath. Drops his attack and defense, makes it a little bit more manageable here. That's a good first attack. Need to make sure our guards are on point. We have more than enough money for a boosted 4 shine to start. Get a little damage, get some stats in. He is weak to currently Electric and Blade, which is what Sonhee can dish out. So she preps herself. And this strat here is that I want to heal everyone, and I want to heal as close to Ebina as possible, because when he gets shifted out of the way, he usually focuses whoever he shifted. Okay, so Saiko's asleep. That is okay. Hopefully he doesn't do anything too terrible here, because I want to heal that. Now, again, doing it as close to Ebina as possible, so he will target whoever moved him. Okay, we can manage this. Oh, and we got the boost. Okay. We got an agility boost, which means we can do a full power set Shadow Clone Jutsu. And here I am going to get Kiryu out of that rage. And then if we're lucky on damage here, we didn't get the extra debuff, but if we're lucky on damage here, we might just cut straight into the next phase. Almost.
Very, very close.
Ooh, that hurt. I'm just going to push him into the next phase so that Sayako can get us into the heal. That should push him into the next phase. Okay. First phase down, that went pretty smoothly. It's a little risky right now with my HP values, but Sayako, I will just use her tag team as soon as it's her turn to get us all to full HP. Because we, in Chapter 8, picked up one piece of armor for Kiryu, the military armor, that makes him resistant to blade. This boss fight does not work if we don't have it. It just flat out doesn't work. Because Ebina will do one charge up for a move that he's going to do, and that move will one-shot Kiryu even at like 1100 HP. It is absurd how much damage it does. So we're going to get Kiryu to near full HP here. Actually full HP, that's excellent. He has now changed his weaknesses. He's now weak to fire, ice, and gun, which means fire is Nanba's territory. So we're going to get Nanba all set up here. Going to get him a muscle soda now that he's been charged up. And this is why we needed everyone at full HP. And why we needed the extra HP on Nanba, because that will one-shot Nanba. It is ridiculous. Okay. Should be good there. He is not guarding, so I can go in for my first damage here. Good that we got the rose. 3 more Namba turns, and it should be good. Oh, that paralysis is rough. She's too weak to survive, and I also need to swap to this because I want to be able to counter if anything goes wrong. Everyone is also grouped, which is bad. Okay, no paralysis on him. Unfortunate paralysis there. I'm just going to full heal. I'm just going to play it safe here. Okay, he's prepping for his next move. Unfortunately, that means this is going to do a little bit less damage. That's not going to count as a back attack. This is going to be a rough finish. Okay, still did pretty good damage. Oh, another bad paralysis.
Oh, the double para. That sucks.
Sayako has no more heals without an MP heal. Okay. I'm just gonna go for double attack with Namba. It might not finish, but it might be close. The paralysis will wear off of Sonhee this turn. So just in case I need to heal, I have an option. Yeah, Namba's not gonna be able to kill. It'll be close. Let's try for it. I have a heal in backup, just in case. But if he gets really low, I might be able to finish. Okay, we have 2 turns. We're good.
Oh, yeah, you're good at this point. Nicely done.
There we go. Oh, made it a little bit risky there in the final paralysis, but paralysis. But that was one of the better Ebinas in my PB that I got on Monday. Ebina wasted 2 minutes because he can just do that if he wants to, and time is coming up shortly. Time.
GG's.
Thank you. That was honestly a very solid run.
So what was that PB of yours?
With load times removed, it is a 4:55:15.
Yeah.
With loads, I think it was like 5:32.
Well, this was...
But we did we did skip over all of Dundoko earlier,
yes.
which is 15 minutes off. So this wouldn't quite be a PB, but this was still a quite excellent run. Like the only thing that really went wrong was the reset at the beginning of the 3Jima fight. Other than that, it was pretty dang good. But we aren't quite done yet, because you kind and generous folks out there met an incentive for us to do a little karaoke. So let's get loaded up into Baka Mitai.
Is this verse, pre-chorus, chorus, or is this the whole thing?
It's just going to be whatever the karaoke is going to be.
Okay, I think that's just the first option that I laid out then. So I should know what I'm doing.
You should be able
like
to.
some backup there.
If you are more than welcome to join, if you so want to grace us with your lovely voice, teacher. But yeah, unfortunately, TJ won't be able to join us in it because Discord delay will not exactly be nice for singing karaoke live. Let's head on over to the movies. Now, the real question, TJ, you don't get to sing, but you can choose, do you want Kiryu's version or do you want Nanba's version?
Oh, Kiryu's version for sure. You got to do the classic.
Without further ado, Baka Mitai.
Baka mitai, kodomo nano ne. Yume wo otte kizu suite. Uso ga etta kusei ni. Waraenai egao o miseta. I love you もろくに言わない口下手でほんまに不器用なのにどうしてさよならは言えたのダメダメダメよダメなのよあんたが好きで好きすぎてどれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for letting us have that fun together. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you for all your kind and generous donations, for getting that met, and for all the incentives you got met over the course of this run and all the other runs. We've already done a fantastic job over this course of this event. But yeah, I suppose we can close on out here. I've been MechanalystTom. Thank you so much for having me. This has been a large portion of my free time over basically the entire past year, with me and TJ really pushing to see how far we can get this down. And I was never expecting us to even ever achieve a sub 5-hour run. And then TJ knocked that out of the park, and we still have a ways to go. I think a sub 450 might even be in the cards for for this run, which is wild. So much better than the 9 hours that the first runs ended up being. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. Shout outs to TJ for being here on the couch, providing great commentary and help, basically being a good portion of the reason of why we kept pushing it forward, because it was lovely to bounce the ideas back and forth between him. Shout out to all the other members of the Yakuza speedrunning Discord, Metza, TGP, Treeplot, Froob, among so many other folks that came up with all sorts of various ideas and did little bits of research here and there, all very helpful in contributing to this. Another big, massive shout outs to Nicole, the host for the first half of this speedrun, and my partner. She was not able to join in person for this event, unfortunately, but production was able to work things out to get her to remote host for the first half, and I sincerely appreciate that. And Nicole appreciates it too.
Yes, and congratulations on your upcoming divorce.
Yeah, thank you very much. TJ, you got anything you want to say as we close out?
Yeah, for sure. I'll keep it short. Thank you very much, Tom, for asking me to be your commentary here. I'm always happy to go and support you in any way I can. Love working with you on Infinite Wealth. It's been a blast over the past year. Thank you very much to RPG Limit Break for accommodating remote commentary. That's really cool. Just honestly awesome. I'm very glad I could be here. Thank you very much for making it happen. Shout outs to the Yakuza Speedrun Discord, and shout out to my cats who are currently still putting up with me, keeping them in here with me.
They've survived the entirety of an Infinite Wealth speedrun. It's a very impressive case.
Very true.
But yeah, I think that'll be it for us. Thank you very much for having us, and enjoy the rest of the event. That's been Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Take care.
Thank you so much again to MechanalystTom for a fantastic run of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, a game about many things, about the power of friendship, the power of punching, and of course, the power of fantastic fashion. And if you want to look fashionable as well, we have some friends at Tantrum Merch who can help you with that. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. This lineup includes 8 unique shirt designs, including a replica of this year's 10th anniversary attendee shirt, as well as a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, a stainless steel water bottle, an RPG Limit Break cap, and more, featuring bold graphics and heartfelt designs. $5 from every sale of these items goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. Well, my friends, my name is Atitree. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2025, running live from Denver, Colorado for the rest of today in support of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. But that is all for me from the hosting microphone. You may catch me a little bit later on with our friends from NAMI if you are continuing to watch us, and we would very much appreciate your patronage. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, you'll be enjoying the dulcet tones of a good friend and a great host, Asuka424. So don't go anywhere.
Well, hello, friends. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2025, coming to you live from Denver, Colorado. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm Oscar424, and I'll be with you for the next absolutely wonderful run. But first, before I even go any further, can we give so much love to both Nicole Goodnight and A Tea Tree for their amazing hosting work as always. Those two are absolute sweethearts and so good at what they do. So give some love in chat for that. Right now, we are getting ready for our next run. And, I'm seeing some absolute love and so much kindness in your donations. We are still looking to get that upgrade to 100% for Chrono Trigger. And you know what? Eric S. I think they want to see that upgrade because they have donated $800 with the comment, "Good morning. Let's get $1,000 of 100% Chrono Trigger." I agree. And we're just under the $1,000 mark at this point. So we are getting so close to getting that incentive upgrade met. And also let's see here, we have Anonymous, who's donated $25 with the comment, 10 years of speedrunning made you flipping speedy. I agree, Anonymous. 10 years of speedrunning will do that to somebody. Thank you so much for those kind donations again for NAMI, such a fantastic cause. And I really got to remind y'all that, in addition to getting that upgrade 100% category for Chrono Trigger, I'm looking at some of these bid wars, and there are some really cool name options that you can put up for the characters in Chrono Trigger. You pretty much can name any of the characters what you want. So if you want to name Marl, if you want to name Magus, Luca, Robo, everybody, make sure you're putting those donations towards those specific characters. And I see some good options available. Particularly, one of the options that have been put in for Robo is naming Robo Rick. I'm not quite sure I get the reference, but you know what? Rick is a good name. Rick was actually my dad's name, so I got to give some love there. The Epoch can be named Amiga, so I'm cool with that too. If you want to name it something else, feel free to put in those donations towards those names.